If you can come to Karangara, I'm organizing something in Karangara, so you can surely come. I'm a leader. God bless you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beatrice Kamakune Gumisiriza. I volunteer at Debate Society Uganda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brighton Abaho. I work with the Center for Policy Analysis. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Businje Nuruddin. I work with the Smart Youth Network Initiative. I'm an asset actor as well as a youth in business. I am happy to be here.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm here as Alan, and I work with Youth for Tax Justice Network.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Oluti. I'm a lawyer and writer, and I work with Action Aid Uganda as an inspirator.
Yes, good morning. I'm called Emolot Alan David. I am the national coordinator of the African Youth Charter Hustlers, an initiative by the African Union Youth Envoy, mainly aimed at implementing the African Youth Charter. And I also double as the chairperson of the Independent Continental Youth Advisory Council on the AFCFTA, a youth body having structures all over the continent aimed at facilitating the institutionalization of youth participation around the AFCFTA. Asante sana.
Asante sana.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Okidi Christopher, former national youth leader of the Democratic Party. Yes, I retired, of course. I am now into legal practice. You can find me at Opia Kenyan Company Advocates in Ntinda. I am happy to be here to share my thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Okaidi.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Andrew Karamaji. Like many of you, I am a Ugandan and a young Ugandan at that. Happy to be here.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Maybe we can put it here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Frederick Okiro, a youth activist.
Good morning, everyone. Mozudek is my name. I come from Tesram, youth activist.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Esther Nakaora. I come from Nakaseke district, and I contested on the woman MP seat, Nakaseke district, in the recently concluded elections. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We can pass it here. This table.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Solomon Odongo. I'm a delegate representing Lango Youth Development Forum. Thank you.
A very good morning to you all. My name is Apio Monica Prudence, a member of the National Youth Council, representing the young people of Gulu as a Secretary of Female Affairs and the Speaker-elect of Acholi Makerere Students Association. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oyeki Gerald from the National Unity Platform, a member of the National Executive Committee, Secretary for Mobilization, Northern Uganda in the party. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marion Chiravo, a feminist, founder of Present Woman, an organization aimed at encouraging women participation in politics. I'm also a law scholar. Nice to be here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Obo Johnson. I'm the MD. I'm the MD Bukedi Leadership Development Initiative. We identify leaders and we groom them for different political ambition, both at the village up to the district level in the region. So I will be passing by to get your contact for that very reason. Thank you.
Yeah. table, but I'm seeing very smiling faces and our colleagues here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Okulu Jimmy, a youth activist from Apache, but also I'm working with the High Care Medical Center here in Luzira. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nyangandro Zanigo Koryang, member of NYC, District Youth Chairperson of Nablatuk. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ninsima Luis. I'm a first-year law student at Makerere University and a volunteer with the United Nations Association of Uganda. I'm glad to be here.
Otai James, a youth activist from Kampala. Thank you.
We can have this table.
Good morning. My name is Nagawa Helena Luyinda, and I am happy to be here. I am a prospective pharmacist, a third-year pharmacy student, and I'm here on behalf of the social media team. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Kwatanisa Bonita. I'm a youth advocate, and I'm glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Modesta May, and I'm here on behalf of the social media team.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Kamari Shakur. I'm into Digital.coms and creative director. I'm here on behalf of the social media team.
Okay, thank you for that brief introductions. And at this juncture, we'll go into the opening remarks. And I think we'll start with Jonathan Burubuto, the Executive Director of Uganda Youth Network. You're welcome to give your opening remarks. And from that moment, we shall proceed to the chairperson of the National Youth Council, Jacob Oyeru. You're welcome, Yam.
Father Lord, we thank you for the opportunity as young people and those that we believe have concern for the young people, for the opportunity to convert here and try to have discussions that we believe will be able to make us better as a constituents, but also as a country and as the world at large. We hope that the deliberations will be that resourceful. We pray all this through Jesus Christ, your Son. Amen. Thank you. Yeah, it takes some time. Many people don't know. My name is Jonathan Robuto, and like they've said, the Executive Director, Uganda Youth Network. It's a pleasure to have all of you here on behalf of myself, Oyenet, and the other colleagues and partners that we've worked with to ensure that we are here today morning. Action Aid. I have seen a few members from Action Aid. David, you can stand up for recognition. I don't know, are there any other colleagues in the house? Yes, oh yes. My friend there, the name skips me, but yeah, it's a pleasure to have you here. The Young Leaders Dialogue is the first of its kind, and that is why we have been calling it the first annual Young Leaders Dialogue. We are challenged by the COVID-19 allow me to recognize the presence of Mercy Munduru, our special person from Action Aid. I think she's here on behalf of the country, like Michael Adada and Ndugu Jacob and those from the NRM. The word I'm using is progressive force for young people. My duty was really to just welcome all of you. In a special also allow me, you will see him here later, recognize the presence of Comrade Andrew Karamaji, who we flew all the way from South Africa to be here for this occasion. Thanks, Andrew, that within the time we hijacked you, you were readily available for us. We don't take that for granted. Allow me introduce a few of the staff from UNET. Miss Yunea Kanwaji, please stand up. The lady, one of the ladies behind there from UNET, and then Mr. Dixon at Florida, our accountant. I think he's still settling some issues. So for today's event, those are the members that escorted me here. Thank you once again. I want to thank Action Aid, Mercy and the team. Thank you so much. Without you, today wouldn't have been possible, but because of your concern for the young people, we've been able to make it here today. Please clap for Action Aid. Lastly, but by no means least, Comrade Jacob Eyeru is, he has the intellectual property rights to this idea. Without him, we all perhaps wouldn't be here, but he came up with such a beautiful concept that found good reason and logic with Action Aid. And as a Uganda Youth Network, we are glad to provide technical support to National Youth Council. Our duty really was to be here and ensure that we are here. But all this, the credit should really go to the chairman, National Youth Council, for all his input to ensure that we're here. And with that being said, allow me also take the privilege and honor to invite my young brother, Jacob Eyeru. You're welcome.
A very good morning, everyone. I am really excited to see that everyone is in the room. I just need to confirm, because I've realized I've not seen Comrade Kea Mwanje. Is he in the room? He's not yet in the room. So I want to start with answering my brother Okidi, who had joked about Comrade Wadada coming late, that Wadada, you are part of the NRM. How are you leading the country when you arrive late? But even Kea of Noop is not here yet. So I am happy that it's just the country which is a problem. The top two parties now Perhaps people who come early like you of DP is the reason why you are. Maybe the trick is in being, I'm joking. But I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you. My name is Jacob Beyeru. I serve as the chairperson of the National Youth Council. Now, Comrade Jothan has said that the intellectual property rights and so on belong to us, but it really doesn't fit. The idea of young people talking has always been happening. Most times on social media, people argue, and we see young people arguing. I don't know how many tweets Comrade Wadada has to send every day on behalf of the NRM, responding to I don't know how many tweets from how many new people, but they call it discussion. Then they drink at the bar in the evening, and they wake up to the next day of the same process. What we're trying to achieve here with the Young Leaders Dialogue is to have two things. The first is that young Ugandans who are leading themselves should speak to each other. Dissent in opinion is not a wrong thing. That's what we believe. And dissent in association is also not a wrong thing. Political parties exist, and association with whichever political party is okay. The problem is if in associating, the country dissociates its own self from its people. If because I am NRM, I have a problem with you for being NUP, then that's a wrong multi-party practice in the country. So this platform is attempting, and why I'm using the word attempting is because it's the first one. We are not sure how it will play out. You know, young people have energy. Someone might want to bring the Kayunga court case on this floor and finish it physically. So I'm saying this platform is attempting to have a civic platform for young leaders in Uganda to engage. This being the first one and being organized on a very short notice, we were unable to meet all the needs we wanted. Because what are the needs? We want to ensure that political parties have representation here, all political parties, but we could not budget for more than 50 people. So the inter-party youth platform only had 5 slots to send in people. And by that, we have the guarantee of the participation of the Democratic Party, of the National Unity Platform. We have a guarantee of parties like the GEMA Party, the FDC Party. This is how we are able to bring them into the room. Under good circumstances, we would have about 10 to 15 people from IOP alone to guarantee that they are all youth leagues that are represented in here. The National Youth Council had to be represented because they come from all the districts of the country. You know, some parties exist at national level in a superficial sense. They are on top, but they are not at the ground. So the National Youth Council being everywhere would also need 146 people to have every district represented. But we've picked out, and we've tried to have people come from all the regions. And I'm really glad that ActionAid was able to support that we have people from the different parts. And so I'm grateful that I'm seeing people from Karamoja here. Before Mercy walked in, we had introductions, so she missed out on the introductions. But those are some of the things that excite Mercy. When she hears that someone is from Karamoja and they're in the room, there are things she likes. Because she also takes, if she's coming to Kampala, she takes a 9-hour bus. You know, so when she sees people who share her struggle, she is happy. But that's the sense we have. But the National Youth Council is not the custodian of all the opinions of young people. It is the apex body, but we don't represent all the young people. That's why civil society is very important, and that's how Uganda Youth Network became a very important partner. Because unlike very many civil society organizations of young people, Uganda Youth Network is, if not the only one of the very few that have networks under them. And so for us as a National Youth Council, we feel that the association with the Uganda Youth Network helps us reach very many districts in terms of civic engagement, but also civil society participation at a faster and quicker rate, as opposed to when I have to do 1, 2, 3 people. Finally, the topics we are going to have here are twofold because we don't have the whole day again. And we had to pick people that we thought would give good substance to the topics. So in giving good substance to the topics, we're not here to just talk and go away. One of the important people that we thought should be here is a representative of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. And while Jeremiah is not yet here, I've seen Comrade Osborne is already in the house. Comrade Osborne, you're welcome. It is, you know, it's very interesting. All the youth members of parliament are NRM. Almost all the coordinators of the Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs are NUP. So Comrade Osborne here is a coordinator there, but he doubles as a Lord Councillor on the NUP ticket. You don't? That is Kea. But you're a member of NUP, Comrade Osborne. You have refused it here. Okay. So he will tell us if he is affiliated. I think it is not professionally right to say he's affiliated. He may get fired. So I withdraw. He's not in NUP. But it is important that we don't just have these conversations. Youth members of parliament were supposed to be here, but the reason they're not here is because they were representing parliament in Arusha and they've just returned, I think, yesterday. Some have not even returned. Some have extended the holiday. But we thought the Parliamentary Forum should be here such that what we discuss here becomes a part of what they undertake, what they use on the floor, and that is my responsibility as the chairperson of the National Youth Council to follow through, that it is not idle talk here. But also, it is not for them to look like they're our bosses, because they are not, they're our representatives. So part of this platform going forward is to make sure that you as leaders of young people in different platforms can come and listen to the youth members of parliament and ask them what they are doing about A, B, C, and D, so that this platform can become an accountability platform. Even for me, I want to hear from the panel criticisms of what the National Youth Council is not doing right, what civil society is not doing right, what members of parliament of youth are not doing right, and what we can do better for young people. But I also want to hear how we can get a better political future for multipartyism. How do we move? Because where we are going seems very dangerous. People are getting more, polarized. People want to win things at all costs, even the cost of lives. And that's not a country that we should inherit going forward. So those are the reasons why we are here. I therefore thank you. And want to end with this. In the last 2-3 weeks, we have had a lot of engagements around young people, specifically medical doctors and interns. Sha, I just want you to stand up so people can see you here. There is a face that has now become very common. Sha is a doctor in practice. He is not earning from the money of interns. He is in 4th year of medical school. So he has 1 more year, then he will have to graduate, then he will be qualifying for an intern. But Shah became the face for the money of people who are 2 years ahead of him. That is the spirit that we should have as young leaders, to see a country beyond your personal benefit. And I want to congratulate my brother Shah. He's my younger brother. He's my neighbor at home. In Nigeria somewhere. Nigeria has those affordable houses and the ones people know. For us, we're in the affordable, me and Shah. So I want to thank you all, and I look forward to this day. I want to now take this opportunity to invite not the country representative and the country director of ActionAid, but an able representative of ActionAid, Mercy Munduru, who is the reason, by the way, this is able. So Jotham, National Youth Council doesn't have the money to make a room that is white blue. Thank you so much. Mercy, you're welcome.
All protocol observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this very important dialogue for putting together this space for young people to have conversations that will shape the discourse of our engagement going forward. And it is very timely that we're having this conversation towards the end of the year, because then it helps us to set the ground for 2022. I am here speaking on behalf of ActionAid Uganda, especially the country director, who should be here at 11. Perhaps he will give his remarks at the very end of this dialogue. The origin of this dialogue was really from the ULEAD Summit. How many of you were at the ULEAD? Yes. We had a couple of young people who were in Tanzania about a month ago for the ULEAD Summit. And while we were there and discussions were going on involving very many young people from across Africa, as Uganda, we kept convening in the evening to reflect on where we are at as young people from Uganda. And as we had these conversations, we had young people's leaders, we had the National Council for Youth, we had civil society organizations, young people from across the spectrum with whom we had discussions about where do we want to go as young people. How do we translate the conversations that we had in Arusha into practice when we come back to Uganda? And that is where I met Jacob and colleagues, and we had discussions about how we would move the post-summit agenda forward. Part of the pillars of the post-summit agenda was young people in leadership. And that is precisely why when we got back, we regrouped and had about 2 meetings to have discussions on what is it that we can do to actually ensure that we carry the learnings from the summit forward in the work that we do and bring together other young people who may not have been in Arusha, but that can help us further our agenda as young people. And I'm very happy that in choosing the theme for this dialogue, we chose a platform for generational accountability and agenda building in Uganda. As young people seated in this room and those watching us online and elsewhere, we must understand that we are victims of some of the mistakes that have been made by the generation that came before us. And so having a conversation about generational accountability is very important for us, because whereas their context may have dictated some of the approaches they had in terms of how they work with young people, we have an opportunity to define how we want things to be. We have an opportunity to determine where we want to go as young people in Uganda. Many times young people are only referred to as a statistic to justify so many things. Our leaders tend to boast about how many young people are in Uganda, but this is not reflected in the governance and development discourse of this country. And that is a narrative as young people we must change. We do not have an option, but we must change. And how do we do this? We have to define and have a collective agenda. One of the very successful things the generation before us did was to cluster us into different, segments. So across the political discourse, we have young people that subscribe to different political parties. We have young people that belong to different classes. There are young people that are in employment. There are those that are not. There are young people who are students. There are young people who are in the private sector, and young people across the spectrum. But what this does is that then we cannot have meaningful conversations because we have already been segmented. We are already in small cocoons that cannot meaningfully sit in a room and have a conversation. It was very deliberate that in organizing this dialogue, we wanted young people from across the spectrum, whether it's young people going to school, whether it's young people in employment, whether it's young people from across the regions, young people in civil society and other spaces, for us to have a conversation as young people, not who we are. So that means that for us to have meaningful conversations, we must strip ourselves of titles, we must strip ourselves of the amount of power that we possess in this room. We must have the conversation we're about to have as young people. Otherwise, if we start having conversations based on where we are from, what we do, the amount of money we have, the positions we hold, then we shall never achieve anything for the young people of this country. Nobody is going to give us space in the governance and development discourse. We are going to have to capture those spaces for ourselves. That is why, as a young person in civil society, even when this activity was supposed to be done by Action Aid, I decided that the young people's organizations do it. Why? Because as a young people in that space, I must use my position and the ability for me to decide in that space to make decisions for young people. Otherwise, I could have decided to do this activity as an Action Aid activity, and it gets lost in the so many things that we do. So as a young people in civil society, I must make it my agenda to look out for young people in my programming. I must look for resources to support young people's struggles. I must find opportunities for building the capacity of young people. And I challenge each one of you in the spaces where you are to take the momentum and ensure that you're representing the agenda of young people where you are. I'm very proud of the young medics that led the recent campaign. Not just for themselves, but for the other young people in that sector. If you look at interns are primarily made up of young people. I remember at the helm of that we were in Jinja with a couple of other civil society leaders, and the moment we saw online that something happened, you could see all the young people in that room got outside, we stood on the balcony and started to make calls and sent lawyers to CPS even while we were there, without consulting anybody. Because for us, it was a young people issue. It was no longer about medics. It was no longer about interns. It was our struggle as well, because there are young people in that space who are experiencing the same challenges as young people in civil society, as young people in politics, as young people in the agribusiness sector, and young people all across the spectrum. And that is the level of solidarity we must achieve if we must galvanize space for young people. The journey to transforming this nation for young people does not begin and end when you're elected as a leader or when you find yourself in a space. Every time you're in a space, you must know that you're representing a couple of other young people. And therefore, you must use that space in a way that works for the good of the young people. And on that note, I will always emphasize the gender dimensions of our engagements, especially as young people. I know that there are very many young women, because of the additional challenges that they face, being women and the gender dimensions of our participation, they cannot find the opportunity to come into decision-making spaces. We must also ensure that as young people, we are aware of the gender dynamics in the work that we do. If I'm organizing a panel, I must ensure that young women are on that panel. If I'm organizing a capacity building workshop, I must ensure that young women are in that space as well, so that we do not leave anybody behind as we pursue our agenda as young people. And I'm very glad that I see a couple of young women in this room coming to have this discussion with our other colleagues as well. And as I close, I just want to emphasize that this is one of the many engagements that we're going to have. One of the key challenges we've had has been, the leadership challenges in young people's organizations. And as an institution, as Action Aid, we have decided that even when we are aware of those challenges, we have to play a leadership role to strengthen young people's organizations. We cannot afford to lose them. We cannot afford to say that because they have challenges, we must abandon them. So our commitment is that we'll continuously use whatever resources we have to support young people and the organizations to thrive. And I'm glad that Andrew is here. Andrew does support with capacity building at MSTCDC in Tanzania. We have a partnership with that institute. And just 2 weeks ago, we sent the board members of young people's organizations for capacity building in Arusha at MSTCDC, so that we have stronger young people's organizations driving the young people's agenda. And we hope as an institution we can use our position to open opportunities for young leaders in organizations, in the political sphere, in the different spectrums to benefit from capacity building initiatives like that. We will also continue to spread our resources for young people and the organizations, ensuring that where we can, we are able to provide a platform for young people to engage and to have discussions. You can count on me as a person, because I'm a young person like the rest of you, to find opportunities in the spaces where I am to ensure that young people's agenda does not drop through the cracks. I will also work with other like-minded institutions that are very mindful and aware of the need to strengthen young people's capacity, to ensure that we collaborate and make the young people's agenda alive. I thank you very much for making time to be here for this dialogue. I'm looking forward to the conversations we're going to have. And as always, I pray that out of this meeting, we can come up with concrete strategies for us to drive this agenda in 2022. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mercy, for first of all contextualizing the genesis of this discussion, but also for sharing those powerful remarks that are going to shape the conversations we could have here today. But I think we didn't give her a very powerful, thank you, because you see, she's the reason why we are here. And Jothan and the chair have already shared on why she's very important for this discussion. At this juncture, we want to go to the starter of this conversation in the keynote talk done by Comrade Andrew Karamaji, a very powerful lawyer around, very powerful history among the young people. So thank you, Andrew, and the podium is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Executive Director, Uganda Youth Network, the Chairperson of the National Youth Council, Country Director's representative, even though I think that Mercy will one day be Country Director of ActionAid, members of Parliament, legislative bodies, council representatives and heads of institutions, ladies, gentlemen, and others, fellow young people. My brief this morning is to provide a review of the political participation of Uganda's youth in the election year and lessons for the youth going forward. Before I delve into that, I would like to draw your minds to an image that I have been looking for but cannot find. How many of us saw, I think he was 16 years old, a young man who was one of those being arraigned before the General Court-Martial, telling the soldiers, shoot me and I die. I'm 16 years old. I cannot possibly be charged with possession of firearms. What you should do is shoot me and let's get this done and over with immediately. How many of you saw that image? I've been trying to find it. I hope we can find it in the course of this discussion because it captures the essence of the discussion we're going to have this morning. Before that, I will also narrate two stories and then delve into the substantive content of my submission this morning. The first story that I'm going to share with you happened at the Highway, or begins at the Highway restaurant in Masaka. Do we all know that restaurant, the Highway restaurant? We usually park there midway for those from Western Uganda or those traveling to Western Uganda. This was late 2015. There's a common greeting in Uganda where you meet someone and say, Mpaku sente. So if I meet Jacob Eru, say Mpaku sente. Munyirira. For those who don't understand Luganda, it means, give me some money. You're looking good. It's a joke. No one really means that you should give them money when they say such a thing. And so a friend of mine, we had parked here, and others had parked as well. And this colleague of mine, I will withhold his name because some of you might know him. and we agreed that I would tell this story and reveal his name. This friend of mine greets the other and says, "Mpaku sente." This colleague from whom money was being asked was a crime preventer. This is late 2015. He said, "You have a lot of money." So we laugh it off and walk into the restaurant, have our meal, and then everyone is, after the meal, we are setting off to drive to wherever we are going. And this friend of mine says, "You said you want money," telling my other friend. So he uses his remote control. He's driving a Mercedes, a very expensive Mercedes, and pops the bonnet open. And there were wads of cash, bricks of cash, 50 bundles, and says, "You said you want some money," and casually picks and gives it to my friend, and casually closes the bonnet, and we're all, okay, this guy was joking, he wasn't serious, but he gave him money. And then we drive off, but in our minds, like in my mind, I was alone in my car, and okay, that's quite something. A few months later, post the election, say June 2016, I was employed at Makerere then, and I used to leave, I would leave office very late. So one of those nights, you know that after Makerere, the main gate, there's a Total petrol station, a fuel station. So I turn in to fuel, and I see this friend who gave away a wad of money, fueling the same car that he had fueled 8,000 shillings. Now, 8,000 shillings is not even enough for a boda. So I look through my window and I can see it's him. Who puts 8,000 shillings in a car, let alone a Mercedes? So I step up to him and say, "Chief, we are men, let's talk. What's happening here? What are you doing?" He says, I'll translate. "Mwana, bwetwamala ebya kalulu, ne batugoba, tetunafuna sente zaffe. So what are you doing here?" So he said, after the elections, they were thrown out, following the work they had done, they were thrown out and left to their devices. And he told me that his plan that evening was to drive the car to Wandegea police station about 200 meters away, abandon it there, and kweya, find his way home. In that period, when they had a lot of money, he had gotten married, had a child. These are people who could afford trips they could hire, 4 Land Cruiser V8s and travel to some place, He was now thinking of abandoning his vehicle at Wandegea police station and then finding his way home. I didn't have as much money on me, so I told him, this story I'm telling requires you to know the geography of Wandegea. If you drive past that police station and go further up, there's an ATM, Housing Finance Bank. So I told him, wait here. I took a bike, went to the ATM, gave him the little money I could give him, and told him, "Boss, fuel your car, go home." We bought a few things, buy for the baby and the mother. At least get home, drive home, and then we'll see what to do thereafter. I'll pause the story there. The second story I want to share, before I get into my substantive content, is a story. How many of you know what TDA was? What was TDA in full? Louder? Yes, the Democratic Alliance. All these stories are from the election process that happened in 2016, building into the most recent election we've had. We had a meeting as young people, something like this, but a much smaller number, at one of our friends' offices. And at this meeting, we had come to discuss the National Youth Manifesto and what we should hold aspiring members of parliament accountable to, what our interests are, and things like that. At the end of this meeting, my friend's office had a pantry, a kitchen with assorted foods and so on. At the end of this meeting, the Nido powdered milk About 14 were missing. The sugar had all been taken. Bread had been carried away. All food items, not that they had been eaten, they had been literally carried away by people who had come to discuss the National Youth Manifesto. It was shocking. We didn't want our senior friend, to see what had happened, because we told him we are bringing serious young Ugandans to discuss, and this is what they left the office looking like. Now, we in this room have repeatedly been told, and it has been mentioned even by the previous speakers, that as a demographic, as a group, we are more than half of the population of this country, and that is true. We are anywhere between 78 to 83% of the total population of Uganda, which is under 35. Listen to this specific figure. Further analysis shows that half of us, half of we young people, are children below 0 and 15. That leaves us with about 9 million Ugandans of this kind of age. We have high levels of physical energy, intellectual capacity, tremendous exposure as a result of the information age and the digital revolution. In the greater scheme of things, it appears that time is on our side because we are comparatively younger. Yet, for all these advantages on our side, we are unable to take leadership, to take charge of our situation, and effect the change we all purportedly aspire to. I want to invite you, colleagues, to understand as leaders the demographics of the population that you're dealing with. Please listen to these figures because they will be helpful for the panel discussion later on. Uganda is an unprotected society and a subsistence economy in which the vast majority of people make a living by working either in low-paying informal businesses or working for unregulated foreign capital. Uganda's population has grown, the economy has grown as well, but this has largely been jobless growth. Listen to this, less than 4% of Uganda's employees have an annual income of less than 4% of Uganda's employees have an annual income of less than 5 million Uganda shillings. This paper will be shared. A Bank of Uganda study found that only 17% of Ugandans hold bank accounts. 37% of those use banks to keep savings. 20% of bank account holders use them to receive salaries. 15% use their accounts to pay school or tuition fees. 11% opt for bank accounts as a means of safekeeping. 6% open bank accounts to access credit. 4% to receive remittances from abroad and settle utility bills. Many of the tiny percentage who hold bank accounts in Uganda spend long periods without keeping tabs with their accounts. I'm giving this tiny fraction of an example of the greater economy to give you a picture. The picture I'm trying to paint for you is that we are a largely informal, peasant, and advanced society. We might be here in designer suits and expensive ties and other kinds of clothing, well-pressed dresses and all that. The reality of the people we are discussing for outside this room is very different from what we are seeing in this room at this moment. Let's keep that in mind as we have those conversations. Very few people can actually, even if they were invited, afford to come to this hall. So all of you in this room enjoy a certain degree of privilege that you should be aware of. All of you here, there are people who would never step past those gates of Silver Springs because they don't feel like they belong in such a space. You here are all privileged. I'm getting to my substantive submission. I want to suggest to this meeting that the term elections in a context of veiled military rule is a misnomer. Elections are only possible where you have a functional state, an enforceable set of rules, where you have a ruling party and opposition parties. We neither have a functional state, we do not have a constitution, we do not have a ruling party, and we do not have opposition parties. At best, what we have is a contest between the machinery of a captive state that has been taken over by armed bandits, illicit business interests, and ethnic alliances versus millions of tired, impoverished, and dejected Ugandans. We only have two sides. We have a minority of oppressors and a majority of the oppressed. My research, as I prepared for this keynote, helped me gather 7 points which I would like to share with you insofar as the participation of youth in elections and beyond is concerned. I have discussed these pointers in the following order. 1, I will talk about a common or shared value base. 2, defined interests. 3, I'll talk about something called the Mugati Party. 4, the NGOization of youth participation. 5, the weaponization of young people. 6, an impotent education system. And finally, participation under a military regime. I will then wrap up. Let me begin with a common stroke shared value base. It is not apparent to me that there exists a common value base amongst us as youth. If I asked us here, what are the things that we believe in as young people, collectively, whether you are NUP, DP, NRM, whatever it is, FDC, what is that shared value base that we all profess that defines our existence? Those who came before us organized around self-determination, independence, cooperatives, workers' rights, and the integrity of our cultures. Today, please listen, we operate under high-sounding but ambiguous English words like youth participation, youth inclusion, youth engagement, and all youth empowerment. These phrases are broad, vague, mean everything and mean nothing at the same time, and are subject to multiple interpretations. It follows that when it comes to an election, there are no standards by which those contesting for office will be assessed. One could therefore be nominated successfully or voted because they are tall, dark, handsome, have a warm, seductive voice, or because of their curvaceous body, sexy outfits, and a sexy smile. The voters themselves have no ideation about what participation means beyond casting their ballot. This is how we have ended up with a nondescript cast of leaders and representatives whose presence in their positions counts for little. By way of example, let's cast a few decades ago. The race for guild presidency, for the guild presidency of Makerere University, as contested between Norbert Mao and Nobo Mayombo, featured debates about austerity measures and the impact that this would have on student life and access to institutions of higher learning. Norbert Mao and Nobo Mayombo were debating the impact of austerity measures and what it would have on student life. That was the dividing line, one of the fault lines of that election. I once attended a rally a few years ago at Makerere University at which different candidates were going to speak. One contestant concluded his speech by saying, however far a man urinates, the last drop will always fall at his feet. This statement earned him rapturous applause. The question we should ask ourselves is what kind of participation we should expect from this group of youth when it comes to a national election process. The second point I would like to give to you is titled Defined Interests. It is connected to the first one. Connected to the above issue is the challenge of defined bipartisan or transpartisan interests among the youth, regardless of the political parties they belong to. We do not seem to have a set of issues that we as young people profess and stand for, regardless of partisan differences. One would expect that as young people, there should be little or no difference of opinion on issues pertaining to minimum wage. MPs here, please pass a law on minimum wage. This should not be partisan. This should be something you agree upon. How can we have a debate on minimum wage amongst young people? Minimum wage, social security, a national healthcare insurance policy, public education, mass transportation, and so on. We can disagree on other issues, but there should be a block vote on the issues I have suggested to you above. I put it to the youth MPs here that we are yet to see a definite policy and legislative agenda that reflects the interests of youthful Ugandans. No elections in Uganda's history, including the one held in 2021, had clear-cut interests. I'll read that again. No election in Uganda's history, including the one held in 2021, had clear-cut interests. Instead, young people participate in electoral processes under the propulsion of material, ethnic, religious, and other parochial or myopic pursuits. This situation leads me to a related phenomenon that often finds expression amongst public universities like Makerere. Point 3 is titled Mugati Party. Also known as any government in power, Mugati Party is a colloquial reference given to a group of university students whose participation in student politics or public affairs at the national level is determined and influenced by how much they can get out of the existing system of patronage. Their returns on investment include financial handouts, food, clothes, electronic equipment like phones and televisions, as well as cars and trips abroad. Thus, youth participation in politics in this election year was significantly motivated by the prospect of attaining any of the above trappings of power and benefits. Little wonder that during and after elections, we see young people being paraded for the cameras, purporting to cross from one party to another. I have coined the word prostitution, from the word prostitution. You have prostitutes, people who are always crossing. Today is here, the other day they're here, prostituting themselves. It's not an English word, I've just coined it. Regarding the issues we're discussing this morning, it follows naturally that our participation in elections is short-lived, destructive, and not purposeful. The next point I want to share is the weaponization of young people. It's the fourth point of the 7 that I have to share. The above pointer brings me to the 5th finding that my research has led me to. As a result of our readiness as young people to be used, misused, and abused, we have availed ourselves to be used, misused, and abused. We have been reduced ourselves into weapons which are available to the highest bidder. Thus, social media armies exist online and are ready to open fire at any time. All you have to say is something slight to question someone. The people about whom, like my friend and brother Bobby Wine, they say, Bobby Wine, Tasovia. Tasovia. You can't question him. If you say something about Dr. Besigye, a nuclear bomb will be dropped on you on social media. This is the kind of participation we're having online. Many young people proudly refer to themselves as attack dogs of a given individual or group of political actors. In extreme situations, as we saw outside the gate of Amama Mbabazi, young people have been and continue to be used to assault, arrest, detain, and torture fellow young people. These fights are not exclusively limited to young people in opposing parties. This is often the case as various political parties and individual contestants routinely hire young people to disrupt delegations constituted by opponents. My next point, and I hope I will keep my job because this is the sector I belong to. My elder brother, Emmanuel Kitamirike, my boss, Masi Munduru, please don't fire me. The NGOization of youth participation. The NGOization of youth participation. Colleagues, establish the society they had in mind.
debate whether they have delivered on their objectives. The point I'm trying to make is that contrary to the young people of today, youth participation was self-driven and inspired by causes. The challenge I'm throwing back at all of you here is why should ActionAid, National Youth Council and Uganda Youth Network, first convene a meeting before you meet to discuss issues that concern all of you here? That's why we should clap again for the doctors who have shown us leadership. They did not wait for someone to hold a meeting to discuss issues of that pertain to their own survival. Similarly, these wonderful organizations can only be signposts. A signpost is not a destination. A signpost is showing you where you are going. ActionAid is a signpost. Similarly, with Uganda Youth Network, it's not the destination. So after here, don't go and feel good. Today we talked, got notebooks, got transport fund, got lunch, selfies at Silver Springs for Instagram and so on, and that's it. It will not be a worthwhile investment of the millions that have been spent to have you here. We need to craft, and this is a challenge to Jonathan, my brother, and other leaders here. We need to craft a model of youth participation that inspires a new outlook to political engagement. Elections are not an event, they are a process. They should be a full-time engagement. It cannot be that we get excited in December, November, December, or election year. It should be a full-time engagement. That's why it is called an election cycle. The next point I'm going to talk about is the important education system and what it has done to our participation in elections currently and previously. I believe that the content, structure, affordability, and quality of an education system have an impact on how young people participate in a given society and its political process. When we were growing up, and I think this is why some of us are a problem, when we were growing up, we studied subjects like civics. Many of you have never heard of civics here. We studied subjects like political science, political education, in primary school, and other relevant humanities. The young people of today have never heard about such subjects and think it is a course that must only be done at university. It is amazing how many youthful Ugandans cannot hold and sustain a conversation on dialectical materialism, ideology, world affairs, or international trade. This is not because we are dumb or unintelligent. It is an indictment on the existing curriculum, which prioritizes passing exams. I will say that again. Our education system prioritizes passing exams, getting jobs, and amassing qualifications. That's the purpose of education. Education, unfortunately, has lost its subversive character and content. I submit to this room that education must be subversive in character. That's the purpose of education. Education seeks to challenge existing structures of inequality. That was the purpose of education historically. Instead, please ask yourself quietly, don't tell us whether you suffer from a disease I'm going to talk about now. There's a disease common in our society, and some people have referred to it as the 1, 2, 3, 4 syndrome. A condition which is caused by the education system where we aspire for only 4 things. We aspire for 1 spouse, 2 children, a 3-bedroom house, and a 4-wheel drive. Once you've accomplished those 4, your life is sorted. You do not care what happens. These are the kind of products that our flawed education system is producing, and inevitably, this disables constructive and meaningful youth participation in elections and beyond. The final point I want to share with you, colleagues, is on participation under a military regime. Less than a year to the day a shambolic election was held in Uganda, I need not belabor this point about the context in which young people are operating or finding themselves.
Amidst the unfavorable operating environment is an overbearing military and executive branch that is fused to the state and the so-called ruling party. This alliance is stronger than the courts of law, enforcement agencies, and other institutions of the state. As the most dominant group of participants in political processes, including elections, young people bear the brunt of increasingly brazen military rule. In the run-up to the most recent election, young people were overrepresented amongst the detained, disappeared, and dead. A few names: Kenny Chalimpa, 18 years old, Lukman Mwijuche, 20 years old, Stanley Kafuo, and Safina Nansove, 22 years old, Shakira Nambozo, 24, Joyce Strong, 25, Dan Magic, 27, were all detained for several weeks and arraigned before the military court on spurious charges of illegal possession of firearms. Others like Baker Kawoya, Fred Kijambu, Emmanuel Bazira, Richard Sonko, Abubakar Kayemba, Silas Arinaitwe, Christopher Bunjo, Hakim Mumbia, and several others are still missing nearly a year later. Many have been found mutilated, tortured, with nails, toenails and fingernails pulled out, amongst other horrific experiences. They were all abducted by state operatives in the course of the election. Bwanika David Dule was held in a series of barracks and had his testicles repeatedly squeezed and hit in detention that lasted 16 days, 3 of which were spent in an underground cell in Makinde Barracks. Isaac Zebra Senyange, Dennis Matovu, David Niwabine, Ronald Agaba, Vincent Nalumoso, Martin Lukwago, Rita Nalubega, amongst others, were murdered for participating in elective politics before, during, and after the 2021 elections. Ladies, gentlemen, and others, there are some rays of hope amongst this doom and gloom. Conversations like this one should be encouraged and routinely held. Our newly elected and continuing youth representatives should be given mentorship and leadership training. I say this as I look at Jonathan and Mercy and my elder brother at the back, Emma. Activists, leaders of movements and causes should similarly be offered much needed leadership training and technical support. I challenge Uganda Youth Network to see this as a critical area of programming that they should invest in. As leaders up here and elsewhere in the room, we need to think about how to encourage those who have remained steadfast despite the operating environment. Emmanuel Kitamirike and others at the back led something called the National Youth Manifesto in 2016, spanning through 2021. Such a document should be resurrected. It should not be left on the shelves. I gave examples such as national health care insurance policy, public education, agribusiness, taxation regimes, social security, minimum wage, and public transportation as things that should define our engagement. I leave you with 4 lessons that I draw, but also as part of my assignment as listed in the program. Lesson number 1, you cannot fatten your cow on market day. I'll explain this statement. You cannot fatten your cow on market day. Your cow has to be fed before market day arrives. If market day arrives and you've not fattened it, nobody's going to buy it because it's not meeting the standards of what is required. Youth need to be prepared intellectually, socio-economically. I was proud to hear the lady who runs a cosmetics company. Those are things that we should be invested in so that we have a stake in the economy and have representation in the economy as well. They should also be prepared politically way before the subsequent election cycle. Lesson number 2, we need to think and operate and behave as a constituency. We need to think, operate, and behave as a constituency. Whatever my disagreements are with Michael Wadada of the NRM, we should be a constituency. An attack on one should be an attack on all. An attack on doctors should elicit the support of lawyers and all other professionals and vocations across board, regardless of party affiliation. Lesson 3, in law we say, nemo dat quod non habet. You cannot give what you do not have. You cannot give what you do not. I can't hear you. You cannot give what you do not. We must be ready to learn, acquire skills, put in long hours before attaining the positions we yearn for. Politics should not be viewed as a livelihood, but rather as an opportunity to serve. The final lesson, the current constitutional order isn't designed to benefit us. We must emulate our brothers and sisters in Sudan, Tunisia, and Burkina Faso by organizing to bring this mess to an end. We need a popular uprising, organized and effectively coordinated, to ensure that we translate these conversations into the country that we aspire for. Specifically for Uganda, we need to have a debate on succession and transition. Is this country going to have a transition from the ruling family, or are we going to have a transition? Are we going to have a transition from the ruling family, or are members of the ruling family going to succeed themselves? Is this a kingdom? Is it a republic? Is it a constitutional order? Is it an ethnic enclave? Those questions must be answered, and no one should intimidate us and tell us we can't discuss those questions. Those are the very important discussions we should have as young people. The more I researched this topic, the more I felt the importance of ending with an unexpected note. We need personal discipline. Many of us attend meetings and carry notebooks away, pens, take selfies, and a few hours after the meeting, we have no written record of what has been discussed. You just know that, Mercy Munduru spoke so well. Then they ask you, what did she say? No, she spoke so well. Can you give us one point she made? No, she spoke. Because you've not taken notes. Please, I think that General Yoweri Museveni should leave power yesterday. That's my personal opinion. But one thing I notice about him, however small or seemingly inconsequential a meeting is, you see him coming with a notebook and a pen, and he immediately starts writing, taking furious notes, even though he has a prepared speech. Some of us here have not picked a notebook, don't have pens, have no record of what is happening here, and then we'll go from meeting to another, Silver Springs, Hotel Africana, which are the other hotels, Sheraton, and so on, and we say we are in youth inclusion, in youth participation. Hey, I'm in a meeting here, we're discussing youth inclusion. What's the, no, nothing. Personal discipline, punctuality, intellectual growth. I want to share a challenge, I want to put a challenge to you. I personally read a book a month. I put some money away to buy a book every month, whether soft copy or hard copy. If we were to pass this mic around and ask how many books, not articles, not tweets, not WhatsApp messages, have you read this year, 12 months? What have you read? A published authority, a book on something. What have you read? How are you going to engage in a national election or political processes when you are not aware of the issues that matter? After meetings like this, when party leaders are here, MPs and so on, you find young people swarming these representatives. Can I have your number? Can I have your number? Please, don't ask for this person's number. Be relevant so that the person looks for you. MPs receive up to 100 phone calls per day. Yours is just going to be one of those phone calls. There must be something that distinguishes you. What stock of knowledge do you possess that should attract the attention of a national leader? Why should you be listened to beyond saying we are youth, we are young people? There are millions of those. Why should you be listened to? What are you bringing to the table in intellectual terms? Hard work as well. Many of us cannot sit in a meeting for 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. I can reveal something that will not do any harm. I volunteered to be a secretary for the TDA, just volunteering. We would have meetings, and I mean this, for 18, even 20, even 24 hours. Amama Mbabazi, Mugisha Muntu, all those men that we consider aged and that we want to throw away, Kiza Besije, would sit and write for all those hours. It is us who would be dozing and struggling to remain awake. These guys are focused on the issues. They're debating a comma, a full stop, remove this word, put put this word, don't underline this, we don't want this, this is number 2, this should be number 1. That if we don't have that level of discipline, then we do not know what we want. We were looking for power, we want to participate, we want to engage, but we don't have the discipline that it takes, the concentration, the mental stamina. Let me use the word that we like in Uganda. The stamina, the mental stamina to pay attention to detail and apply ourselves to processes. My last sentence is going to be from a revolutionary son of Africa called Thomas Sankara, first president of Burkina Faso. Our revolution is not a public speaking tournament. Our revolution is not a battle of fine phrases. Our revolution is not simply for spouting slogans that are no more than signals used by manipulators trying to use them as catchwords, as code words, as a foil for their own display. Our revolution is and should continue to be the collective effort of revolutionaries to transform reality, to improve the concrete situation of the masses of our country. May we all live by these words and live by them in our daily and strategic endeavors. Thank you for listening to me.
Wow, thank you, Andrew, for that powerful keynote. I think we need to give him more hands of applause. He has spoken from his heart. And for some of you who may not know, Andrew is a hard talker. He says X as X and A is A. He doesn't speak A to mean Y. So in every statement Andrew mentioned, he means it. So to catch up on time, we will be able to proceed into our first panel. But before that, I want to invite Ian, who is going to be our moderator for that panel, so that he can take us through that phase. So Ian, thank you so much. Ian Indamesiga. That's a very hard name. Indamesiga. Maybe you can tell us what Indamesiga means. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Good morning, everyone. Are we lit up? This is, Jacob said they do not have the power as the National Youth Council to light a white room blue. But we thank Action Aid for making that possible. And the lighting all over our heads is possible because of them. So my name is Ian Ndamwesiga, Ndam Genius. And I am going to moderate our first panel this morning, in which we are going to review the youth participation in the just fallen election year and the lessons we can carry through as the youth thinking moving forward. Let me take this opportunity to introduce my panelists so that they can make a form of these seats and we start off right away. Marion Chilabo. Marion Chilabo, as you move forward, is a veteran student leader and politician, and also a mover for rights for the girl child, and the CEO and founder of Present Woman Uganda. And now I introduce Michael Wadada to our panel today, who is a senior NRM youth and an activist in that regard. Let me finally call on Christopher Ochidi, a profound, Okidi. When this comrade asked me to explain what Ndamwesiga is, and claimed it is a very hard name, there are harder names. Okidi. So Okidi Christopher is a profound Uganda Young Democrat and a former national youth leader for the Democratic Party. So can we give them a big round of applause? Thank you so much, all of you. Now, there is no better time we could have held this discussion and dialogue on young leaders and the participation of youth. Just in the last quarter of this year, 2021, we have seen 2 youngest leaders in the world take office. 2 youngest leaders in the world. The first is Giacomo Scomanci, who is the head of state of a country called San Marino at just 27 years. How many of us are not above 27? Starting with me, we are not more than 10, are we? So Giacomo is 27 years. On Saturday, the day before yesterday, in Chile, Gabriel Boric was voted as their youngest ever head of state at 35. Now, most of us can at least look at 35, right? This means there is no better time for this discussion to take center stage. And when I was listening to Gabriel Boric's victory speech, he above all hailed the constitutional reforms in Chile in 2019 that were able to expand the space available for youth in their politics of the nation. So I kick it off from there, and I would like to know from our panel, first of all, from our experiences in the participation of politics, do we feel like the country offers a structure that promises a vivid chance for a young person over there in Soroti, a young person in Guru, a young person in Kumi, a young person in Kabale, to participate and have something out of it? What do you think, Marion?
Yes.
challenges first. So I agree so much with the keynote speaker, Karamat, when he says that the system is already flawed. The system does not work for you as a young person. That when you get in there, there are so many things that you have to encounter. But also, perhaps it will not be because the system is not for you to succeed. Perhaps maybe we may not be so surprised when young people start to break the society party because that's the only thing they can go through. I think those are questions we should ask ourselves, that even when we're castigating young people, look at the environments under which they are working under.
Exactly. Thank you, Marion, on that one. How about you, Comrade Wadada? What do you think about the structuring of the political framework of our country? Does it give a chance to a young person to have anything out of it?
I think ahead of the 2021 recent elections, there was a report, I think, from World Research International that an MP, a member of parliament, needs minimally 500 million shillings to win an election. I don't know any young person
that has that much money. So I think that our electoral structure is somewhat good on paper. Like the keynote speaker said, that there is the use of the good English to try and associate us and give us the impression that it is actually favorable. But as a young person, I don't think and I don't believe that a process that requires more than I can have is actually fit for me. I don't think so.
Thank you so much, Wadada. Let's welcome Comrade Keya Jeremiah Mwanje, a lawyer and a Lord Councillor at City Hall, and also a coordinator of Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. Jeremiah, as you just came in, we had started on the panel, and to begin with, as we analyze the youth participation in an election year, we would like to know, first of all, from your point of view, based on your experience as a young person, do you feel like the structuring of the political framework in our country gives a chance for a young person to get something tangible out of it?
Thank you very much, Comrade. First of all, my name is Jeremiah Keya Mwanje, Coordinator, Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. I should add that outgoing coordinator, a counsellor at KCC and a lawyer by profession, but also a member of the National Unity Platform, where I'm in charge of elections management. I want to thank Action Aid and National Youth Council and EONET for organizing this interesting discussion as we close the year. About the question I've been asked, basically the structure of this country, like the women always say that it is male-dominated. Even in terms of age, the structure of this country leaves the youth with little space to participate. First and foremost, this is a country which is highly young and majorly led by people above 70. When you go to political party leadership, when you go to our cabinet, when you go to the composition of parliament, government MDAs, and most political parties, of course, apart from the National Unity Platform, you realize that you are met by bald-headed men and gray-haired men. And even women that have managed to make it through, their ages are commensurate to those of the men I've just talked about. So part of the struggle in this country, whereas we talk about liberating this country from the junta, making Uganda democratic, kicking out the elements of NRM, of lack of democracy and all these other things. But a very important discussion is about young people in politics. We need also to have a revolution for young people to enter politics. I don't know whether any one of you has seen our elections report in terms of ages of people who participated in our party processes. When we brought it out, many people disputed. They couldn't believe that we had over 80% of people participating in our party structures as young people. In fact, in NUP, you are easily discriminated against if you are older. It is the other way around. It is the old people crying that they are being discriminated than the young people crying. So, but we need to see this across the parties. We need to see it represented in all government offices, national offices. Because we cannot discuss, for example, now we are discussing NDP 3. You cannot have people discussing NDP 3, Vision 2040, and the people discussing it are above 70. And you think they will have any genuine cause to discuss. We have been talking about debt burden. In last parliament, there is a minister who was named the Minister of Borrowing and Loans and something. He had a nickname of that kind. All the time, government is coming to take this loan. Government is coming to take this loan. Illegal, illegitimate debt. People are going abroad and making unconscionable bargains. Somebody just says, put for me my 2 billion somewhere, and I will sign off Lake Victoria, and all it's sand. Put for me a 2 billion somewhere, and I will rent and take the airport as security in case we fail to pay. As if we are getting private loans, like as if the country is borrowing from a commercial bank. Countries like Uganda are being reduced to levels of individual borrowers like you. But why are people negotiating clauses that are dangerous in these loans? Because they are not bothered. They will not be here in 10 years. They will not be here in 20 years. So they can sell you off. They're just bargaining and selling you off. So until we have a structure, and of course I want to tell you, power is not given, power is fought for. This is what we keep telling the women movement. Nobody is going to hand over power. The women were once in charge. Children once belonged to women. Then men played around with them and took over. Now women think that they are going to keep talking and bargaining and pleading and then they will get the power back. No. Power is taken. So even you young people must know that power is taken. The summary to the question is the structure is not favorable for young people to participate in politics. Money-wise, before I sat here, I already had my colleague had submitted about money. In National Unity Platform, we had about 120 MPs who never nominated, candidates who never nominated, because they were young and they could not afford 3 million. So when we talk about 3 million being on the high end for MPs, and you saw, many people nominated and after nomination even never campaigned and they won. So it is not true that if you don't have nomination fees, you can't win. Maybe in Western Uganda where money is the end of the day. But you can actually nominate and win, because now we have a serious population that is beginning to realize that some of these things. You saw what happened to Kenya. 3-layered rigging, but we had still won. The issue was simply not to declare. Refusal to declare. Only that. Somebody just went and said they have won, but now just switch the figures. Put this figure here and put this figure here and declare. But if you know what was there, the money, the intimidation, the what. So I want to tell you, we need to reduce money in politics. It's a very big hindrance.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
So now, from that first question, we understand that as a youth, we do not have necessarily a very expansive space that is free for us to politically initiate our motives. However, we know that from the previously concluded 2021 election, 67% of the voters that were registered to participate were under the age of 35. We also saw a 30% general rise in the youth participation in parliamentary elections. What can be done for these figures to go higher and higher, Wadada?
Well, I think first and foremost, we need to understand that it is not what it seems like. It is bigger than what it seems like. I think it is my brother Jotham who said it sometime on a panel discussion that we need to understand that the difference in opinion does not necessarily mean that, so he said that difference in opinion is not a bad thing in itself, but the question is, how do we handle that thereafter? So, back to your question. I think as a young people, we have failed to operate as a constituency. I am probably an NRM activist. And I'm an NRM day and night. And for those who know me, they know that I'm not in NRM for anything, but I'm in NRM because of my historical reasons, which I will not delve into here. But if we are to appreciate that the problems that affect us as young people do not have a color, do not have religion, do not have a tribe, then I think it is on that basis that we can speak with one voice and stand up and raise our voice as a young people. If we incline all our issues to colors and start towing that line, then I think we are now actually disintegrating ourselves and failing us to increase the percentage that you're actually talking about. So I think and believe that it is us, the young people, first of all, to understand that all these issues that hinder our space, that shrink our space in the electoral spectrum, affect us. Because I don't have 500 million. I would want to go and challenge Nandala Mafabi in Sironko, but hey, I don't have the 500 million. But in any case, has my association with the NRM gotten me the money? Of course, no. But I know if I explain to my brother Jacob, if I explain to my brother Kea, he can understand that I have the capacity to lead, but I do not have the ability. I do not have the ability to run into this very, very hostile electoral environment for the young people. You see, I am very, very keen when I'm discussing issues of the young people, because I know I have friends who would disagree on the basis of a party, but I know they had the capacity to win an election. But because of issues that affect all of us, in some way they don't get elections. So, one, this has frustrated them. And I know even when they still have the zeal and the urge to run in the next election, but because of the fear of what they went through in the previous election, they cannot run again. So as a young person, I feel this, and I feel that we would have lost a leader. I'll give an example. In 2016, as the Eastern, we voted for a youth MP. I think we all know him. I think if he appeared in Parliament very many times, he didn't appear more than 3 times. I think he only appeared when we were voting for the amendment of the age limit, and then some other sessions. But he stood against a young person whose capacity I do not doubt. And that young person was called Matanda Abeka. And up to date, I say that as the youth in Eastern Uganda, we lost a young person who actually would represent our issues better. But by and large, how should we motivate the young people? Number one, the young people, we need to start thinking, like the keynote speaker said, we need to think as a constituency. We need to speak with one voice and understand and agree that the issues that affect us are the same. They have no color.
Okay. So for you, it is about us, the youth, behaving as a constituency in order to multiply these numbers. What about you, Councillor Jerry? From the point of view of political parties and their activities and organization, how can this 30% of youth participation in the parliamentary elections be multiplied?
You see, when we are discussing about youth participation, we ought to add the word meaningful so that we know what we are asking for. Because a person who lifts a placard during a rally is equally participating. A person who is given warrant to go and drink and shout in a rally is equally participating. But when we talk about participation, we mean meaningful participation. And meaningful participation means having the right to choose and capacity to decide on whether you will participate as a candidate, as a supporter, as a strategist, as a party leader, as an election observer, or as anything of your choice. Right now, the status quo has limited a big bulk of the youth into participation, which is limited to being exploited, so to say. You can participate, yes, but as who? So that is the question now we talk about when we talk about participation. And now, if you want to participate as a candidate, the bars, the limitations that stop you from participating as a candidate must be slashed. So the first battle, the first stage of the war is to make sure that you move, you act, you advocate for the removal of the bars that stop you from participating in the category of your choice. Currently, one of those is the cost of an election, right from nomination day. The other thing is patronage. Patronage in political formations, patronage in government systems. I know, I've not seen my brother Yeru here. I know that Yeru Jacob became one of the chairpersons of NYC in a very unexpected manner. He was not seen. The patronage system did not favor him. I don't know how he would have gone through if all the other candidates were not disqualified or something. I'm not saying Jacobo can't win an election. No, I'm just saying, I'm just giving you an example of patronage. Now, the National Youth Council we knew 10, 20, 15 years, 5 years before Jacobo came in. You had to be a peg boy of General Kaihura, General Ronda somewhere, the first son, the president himself. My friend Lilian Abe, for example, became a chairperson because he was a darling of the president. Whereas she was an independent, the entire State House machinery was in support, when there was actually an interim candidate. And so many people became before. So, if you did not have a godfather, you couldn't become. The youth MP race the other time, it was Tumukunde versus Rwamirama, two generals. So, these are very big hindrances. Apart from money, patronage is a very big hindrance that we must do away with. Even in our opposition political parties, all political formations have fallen prey of this victim, of this thing. I know that my friend who was stayed here before me was in DP with me, but we had the Mao Mbide and Shock League that you had it to be a very humble servant or humble follower or someone following them to become a leader in DP, whatever position you wanted.
All right.
So until we kick out these elements, and it's a war, because power is not given.
Yes. Thank you, Jerry. Before I bring in Marion, let me introduce Mr. Emmanuel Chitamirike, who is our keynote speaker for the next session. He is the executive director of the Public Policy Institute. I am told he also has some higher stakes in UONET, but for the purpose of this dialogue, he shall just be our keynote speaker. Thank you. Just thank you. I was just kind of recognizing him. So for you, Marion, how do you think we can multiply these numbers of the youth who engage, and I will borrow Comrade Kea's word, meaningfully in politics?
I'll start from where Jeremiah stops, that power is not given, it is taken. For me, when I look at all the challenges that we have, I don't think they're about to go anytime soon with all the noise that people make. I do not think the rules are going to change for 2026. I think they're going to get worse. I think the violence is going to get worse. I think everything will get worse because now we seem to have awakened a sleeping giant in 2021. That now the state knows that, oh, actually young people can organize and actually they can become a threat. And actually they can, if organized properly, they can take power like we did, you know? So no amount of saying that let us reduce costs and what is going to work. I think what we are lacking as young people are organizing units. That yes, there's disgruntlement, we are disgruntled, we think we deserve better. But our voices, and again, I'll agree with Karamaje that, and maybe take it a step further and say that these voices are so scattered. Unlike, let me say, our past generations that they used to have, let me say, these trade unions where they would come and organize themselves, or we had a vibrant student movement, or when USA still meant something, that there was deliberate organizing of young people. Not to offend anyone, I'm just speaking facts. That there were organizations of young people who would come together and say, okay, so this is our reality. This is our situation. So how do we overcome it? That we are under a military state. Who then becomes our allies? Who can we reach out to? Deliberate organizing. The only organizing that I have seen in 21, and it's a credit that I give to People Power, irrespective of all the criticism that they receive, that they were able to bring young people together and give them a cause and give them something worth fighting for. That's what needs to happen in 2026. That you need to, unfortunately, it was not structured properly. Perhaps some would say it did not have an ideology, but how do we build on that? How do we deliberately organize young people, give them a cause, give them an ideology? If what is lacking is the intellectual aspect of it, so how do we now, the people who want to move forward, add that intellectual aspect? How do we, the elites, because now we're saying it's a ghetto movement, how then do we elites also deliberately organize? Maybe along the way we will find where we connect and have a common ground. To me, I think that's what needs to happen. Deliberate organizing.
Thank you.
Mariam talks about deliberate organizing, which is a very, very interesting phenomenon, especially in terms of empowering the youth as a whole, as a constituency. So now my second last panel question is going to come back to the bridge between student leadership and national politics. You realize that most of us here, most of the leaders in these positions, and I can see Comrade Burobuto nodding in affirmative, are products of the youth leadership structure, of the student leadership structure. Comrade Jonathan, Comrade Eru, Comrade Keya, myself, colleagues like Comrade Obo, Comrade Mukta, very many innumerable people have been a product of the nursery bed, which is the student leadership. Why is there a very big gap between being a good student leader and a good national leader? Is it the system or is there something missing? Starting with you, Jerry, again.
First and foremost, I want to begin by saying that between 1995 and let me say 2011, there was this group called the Uganda Young Democrats, which was interested in grooming young people, deliberate grooming of young people who were interested in opposing this government. And NRM responded first with a group called the Uganda Young Movementists, let alone the NRM Youth League, grooming young people who are interested in protecting this regime. When FDC came on board, they started with the Youth League, let alone they went into what they called the SU, FDC Students Union. I don't know whether there is any member here who participated in the FDC Student Union. It was short-lived. I don't think it lasted more than 3 years. But it seemed like at that time everybody was interested in grooming young people. And then we had open structures, like the Uganda National Students Association, like the students' guilds, like the prefectorial bodies in schools, and then National Youth Council, which by virtue of their existence, they were all grooming young leaders. Now, what is going on today? Prefectorialship has collapsed in schools. Why? Because of too much privatization in the education sector. Anything that opposes the commercial aims of a school is intolerable. No innovation. Schools are giving up on clubs. When I was in Mbarai School, I was a member of about 10 clubs. And I had leadership in all of them. And I never failed. I used to get time for all of them. A secretary here, a treasurer there, a speaker there, a chairperson there, a vice chairperson, a deputy head prefect, and so on and so forth. All of these things are collapsing. The education system is strangling them. There are voices of dissent in schools. They can't entertain them. They can't stomach them. Makerere, which used to be an epitome of intellectualism and students' expression, has now collapsed under the Nawangwe regime into some sort of state conundrum. The University Council looks like the NRM Secretariat. The membership. The Senate looks like NRM Sec. The students' body is in shambles. Student leaders know that there is no hope in student leadership. So they are just rigging students' funds, passing funny policies. When you go to the National Students Association, you all know. Now that that Yeru is chairperson of NYC, we hope to see a difference. But is Jacob here? We hope to see a difference in NYC. Why? Because Jacob, when I was in Makerere, I think, in my third year when Jacob was joining. I got a chance. I have always been a mentor of young people. And a very disciplined mentor. Because I believe in the theories of morals. Of course, many people are saying that the moral people do not have space in this country. But I still believe in the theories of morals. So I know that Jacob has believed in the theories of morals like me, and is an ethical man, and we hope to see a better NYC under him. Okay. So, but what I'm trying to say, systems that have mentored young people like us, like in you yourself, Fundam, like Jotham here, like Hero I've been talking about, like my brother here, like Marion here, are all collapsing. Yes. So perhaps we need to have a revolution that revisits those systems and reignites them, because we are going to have a more or less future.
Thank you, Jerry. That is an extremely knowledgeable insight on the demise of students' leadership. What about you, Marion? As Jerry says, if, for example, Wandam is a very good student leader and is a very good student politician, why is it so hard for us to be embraced by the national political arena?
First of all, because, again, to the conversation, power is not given, it is taken. The space up there is already constrained. There's no space for you. There's no one getting out, so there's no one who can come in. It's like a pressure cooker. So they cannot allow you to come in because there's no space for you. They are congested. So many people who are relying on this system to keep it afloat, and they are not of your age. That's one. But secondly, yes, I will say that within the students' movement, there has been a lot of infiltration. Not only within, let me say, the administration or the student administrations across, but I think also within us as students. We have a saying in Makerere that Makerere is Uganda summarized, that the national politics, the empathy out there, I would say a sense of loss of direction, the hopelessness also comes and plays into. These are young people, most of them facing tuition issues, very poor financial backgrounds. They come into this society and they clash with a state that is just there to exploit them. So the state releases so much money within them, co-opts them into their system. If you cannot be co-opted, you're crushed. We have seen with the Nawango regime so many suspensions flying around, the militarization and the storming of Lumumba, beating students. Up to now, some of them still have injuries, psychological breakdown. That really happened. Some of my friends, I would say, had to even fly out of the country. The same thing that even when they want to join national politics, and we saw in 2021, a lot of students, I have so many friends who participated in the national politics as polling agents, as candidates themselves. They were kidnapped. Most of them were injured. DR forms were stolen from them. I remember having to work with different organizations to make sure that I secure their safety. Some of them had to be flown out of the country because CMI was looking for them. These are real things that happened. So you're dealt with a system that is so violent so hostile towards young people. So no wonder that it's so hard for a student leader to transition to a national leader. How do you overcome all those hindrances as a young person? Simply, I think we might be asking too much, and you are facing all these challenges and we seem abandoned in this space. Like Jeremiah said, what happened to those mentoring structures? Who is there to hold their hands? Who is there to make sure? Because I remember trying to get help and there was no help. perhaps we expect a lot and yet we are not giving the support that needs to be given young people.
Okay. Thank you, Marion. What about you, Wadada?
Well, I think I will stress the issue of us appreciating all these issues and problems as a constituency. But I think there's one very thing that bothers me about us, the young people. I think we have lowered the threshold. I think we do not understand what we are. We do not understand how valuable we are to this country. The fact that there is a very wide gap between the student leadership and national leadership has a couple of reasons that have actually led to that gap, to the widening of that gap. You see, when a vibrant young person from student leadership starts, like I think it is Andrew who said it in his keynote speech, he coined that constitution. When we get lost in the politics, when we start representing individuals and systems instead of representing us as a people, I think that is where we actually miss the whole point. I don't like the issue of apportioning blame and getting comfort with explaining why we have failed. I think we are over-explaining why we have failed and not actually taking up the lead to resolve the issues affecting us as a young people. The more we complain and explain why we have failed, is the more we shall continue seeing the space for us shrinking and the bridge between the student leadership and national leadership widening. So, in a nutshell, I think and believe that as a young people, once again, I want to call upon all of us that let's not premise the reasons for our demise at the moment to any other problem. Let's first of all understand that it is us to take the lead. Yes. It is us to stop explaining why we have failed, and it is us to find the solutions and find our way right there.
Thank you so much. That is extremely well taken. So now finally for this one, I will refer back to, finally on this panel, I refer us back to what Andrew said here. Of the very many things he said in this keynote address, what was most striking for our theme today is the idea that we must craft a new model, okay, that inspires a defined framework of the youth participation and engagement in the politics. That was very well stated, and I cannot agree with you more, Andrew. But that to me feels like a policy issue which we have to change from within and not from outside. So my last question to us is that in all this that is going on, in the youth participation in the election year 2021 and the preceding cycles, what has become the cost of taking a side for a young person in the politics? Starting with you, Marion. What's the cost? If I take a side, if I chose today that I am NRM, or I am NUP, or I am DP, or I am FDC, what is the social cost? What is the economic cost? What is the political cost on your side as a youth and a young person for taking this side?
Take a side in terms of political parties or in terms of the future of young people?
In terms of the politics, like we have agreed, we shall not change this politics by just speaking. Yeah. We need to be in it in order to change it. Yeah. But being in it means we must find somewhere we fall for the beginning. So what is the cost of us falling somewhere?
Well, just to answer maybe in my own understanding. So if I was to take the route of the privileged class, which is the easiest way, join the system, but it also, I think, to me, I see doomed if we do, doomed if we don't. Like each side, there are costs on each side, because even when you say you're going to take NRM route, I think we have seen what happened to the crime preventer, like Karamaji has explained to you, that there are people who we used to rub shoulders with and we think they were the big shots, But we have seen that once their time is done, their use has become they are no longer useful anymore. They are thrown out. So, by all means, you will always be a tool of the person in power. You will always be the puppet, and there's a string master pulling your strings all the time. If you choose to take that route, what happens in the long term is that you will never rise above that. You will always be in that, wait for the next political season, become useful, be dumped, and all that. What happens? Can you live that kind of beggar syndrome all your life? On the other side, and the most difficult path, and which I think most people, when we talk about activists, people who have been in movement building, I would say it is a difficult path to take, but it's the only path that we can take. That better to die standing rather than to die on your knees. At least with this path, we know that we can always build, even if they kill some of us, tomorrow we go out there and recruit and we fight some more. It's worth fighting for than to live your life on a bended knee. To me, that's how I see it.
Thank you so much, and that was well taken. What about you, Wadada? As a youth and a young person, the day you chose to support the NRM ruling party, what costs did you pay for that?
First and foremost, I subscribe to the notion that we were never ready for multi-party politics. I think and believe we rushed into the multi-party political dispensation. And up to date, we are announcing the individual merit hangover. So, against that background, I think it is crystal clear that there is a cost to pay. That we now have a divided country, that if you associate with the NRM, then you're Mogati Party, like Andrew said, or you're there because of the material gains. Even if you actually have substantive reasons, nobody can make sense of them. But I don't think I need to seek anyone's approval to have a sense of belonging. And I really want to call upon us as young people. I think it is Adolf Hitler who said it, that if you want to change the system, be in the system, get in the system, and get to the top and change things. So I think it is very wrong for some of us who actually think that it is us against them, that if they are NRM, then they are against us. But then what brings us together as a young people is the problems that we face as a young person. When the doctors were striking, I have a brother who is an intern doctor actually as well. I could not come out and say that because I'm an NRM, I need to also now come and just try anything. I have to join him in the cause. So I think and believe that yes, there is a cost for associating with any political party, but we are work in progress. We are still on the path of appreciating the multi-party politics. And I think as time goes by, me, I'm very hopeful. I won't preach doom, or I won't be hopeless. I think we are taking the right path amidst the challenges that we have.
Thank you so much. And finally, from you, Councillor Jerry, as you enjoy your advent in national politics, you had a plethora of choices to make, but you chose to join the National Unity Platform. What cost have you paid so far for that decision?
First of all, it's wrong to believe that there are choices in life which do not have a cost. Because that can be the beginning of going wrong. That is the beginning of evil things like prostitution, because somebody thinks by being a prostitute they dodge things. Same with men. They fear responsibility to marry and they end up siring children all over the world. So the point is you must have an inclination. When the missionaries came here, they gave us automatic inclinations of religion. I was born an Anglican. I don't know how a person can be born an Anglican. People were born Catholics, people were born Muslims, and they have lived all their lives like this. These are the things that give us a belonging, that give us the ethos that we are supposed to stand for. Sometimes they give us vices too, but they are very important because they nurture us. So there will be nothing a person will do unless he has an inclination, unless he has a leaning. The world has two sides always. They are called the dualities of life. It is either distress or happiness. It is either winter or summer. It is either dry or cold. There are no midways. If you want to participate, you will have to choose a side. Does not matter which side. What matters is that you have chosen a side where you are going to participate. If you want to sit on the fence, then you will not participate. Who will identify with you? Where will you generate a following? Who will vote you when you're on the fence? Because the world is divided. There are fours and against. That's how the world is. So you must choose a side. So when I joined politics, I did not join politics National Unity Platform. I joined politics many years ago. In '96, when I was a few years old, I supported, in my innocent years, Dr. P.K. Semogere. In 2001, I supported Haji Sebakala, and when he quit the race, I supported Dr. Besigye. In 2006, I supported Dr. Sebana Kizito Ekitiibwa the late. In 2011, I supported Dr. Besigye. In 2016, I supported Dr. Besigye. In 2021, I support the National Unity Platform and Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. That is one side. I chose a side as young as I was. Everybody has to have a side. There is no midway.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's give a thunderous hand clap to our panel. And one for me, the moderator. And then I am going to open it up just briefly to ask the audience. In about 10 minutes, let's sum up what sense we can make out of this discussion. And I am going to start with her because she had her arm up some time back.
Okay, thank you. Let me introduce myself. I'm called Patience Murungi. I'm a student at MOOPS. I'm pursuing Bachelor of Commerce. I don't have a political, I'm not participating in any politics, so I am as open-minded as anyone can be. And my question goes to Council Jeremiah. You mentioned something like, until we have a structure, nothing can be done. And you mentioned this to an issue concerning costs for campaigns. I didn't know how expensive it is for you people to aspire for these positions. And he seems like he has good experience with politics. We've all had. So my question to you is, despite identifying these problems, what have you actually done? Because you are the manager of the NOP elections. And you know, this is a political party that we've seen, we've witnessed the birth. We know that they are always throwing them in jail, they are always doing that. You know the issues that have been there since 19-something. What have you actually done? Because even in the formation of NOP, they knew that, you know, the youth have this issue. Why did they still have to pay, let's say, the 3 million if they already knew that we can't afford it? So that's my question.
Thank you. Your name again?
Patience Murungi.
Patience. There's a lot of patience. Yes. So I'll take one other lady and then 2 gentlemen, and that is it.
My name is Helen Nsima, a former Vice President of Uganda National Students Association. I am here in defense of failing systems, and my question to the panelists would be, how would you describe failing systems? Because I wouldn't consider a failing system, let's say Uganda National Students Association as a failing system, if you asked someone who has been in UNSAR, you'd be able to get more than 5 arms up. But if you asked someone who has been through FDC youth chapter right now, you probably wouldn't. So what I would call a failing system would be the FDC youth chapter, not the Uganda National Students Association.
Wow, isn't that so interesting? Let me have this gentleman right here. And then finally to you in a black, I don't know how to call that suit.
Yes, once again, my name is Oyeki Gerald, the mentee to Kea Jeremiah Mwanje, but also a member of the National Executive Committee of NUP. But I think I'll present two questions. I think just Jeremiah re-echoes and keeps echoing that power is taken and not given, but also in light of what Helen mentions, that you see a failing system is not just a question of individuals taking a position. It's a question of when you're in these places, do you have the capacity to influence opinion? Do you have the capacity to stand up without fearing that if I speak against the statements of a one General Eli Tumwine, when he comes out and says, we shall shoot you if you go to the streets? I think those are questions of systems. Can the president of ONSA stand up against such a person? So I think mine is a question of, when talk about structures, you know that these have cost implications. When the keynote speaker, Andrew Karamajo, has mentioned that the likes of Dr. Besigye Montu, out of self-drive, went out to build cells for these resistance movements. So in light of the current circumstances, do we, in practice, now that we are so disenfranchised, do we have the capacity to establish these structures to have meaningful change and meaningful participation? I think I'll just put it across.
Your name?
Oyeki Gerald. Thank you.
Then finally, this one, for this panel. Other questions can be entertained for the subsequent panel. Let's take the last one from the gentleman.
Thank you so much. My name is Maxton Muhwezi. I'm the outgoing chairman of the NRM Makerere University students and former guild aspirant, Makerere University. I'm a third-year student of political science. I really appreciate the panel, but I have something for my brother Jeremiah. That yes, all of us can talk of maybe the collapse of the system and probably institutions. But I'm so much interested in how Jeremiah and probably my sister Marion are giving a blind eye to the role of political parties in nurturing the young people, not necessarily at the university or even at school level, but what is the role of political parties in grooming, transforming, and nurturing young people, such as in one way or the other, they know what they support. I have so many colleagues I cannot mention. They belong to a particular political party or political shade. They don't know what it stands for. They don't know the aim. They don't know the agenda of the political party, but they are in political party, in contestation. So much as one can say, this has failed, this, the party has failed, this, the institutions have failed, what exactly is the role of political parties, particularly traditional political parties, in nurturing and grooming the young people? Thank you.
So much, Comrade Maxon. Let me I don't know whether for any particular person or all of them, you will tell us.
Thank you. We were laughing because we were at university with Kea. But Kea has been in more presidential elections, while for us we have been in, I think, 2. So we're not sure when Kea joined university. However, this question has been disturbing me. We have members of the Interparty Youth Platform here, but we also have ourselves as members of political party institutions for youth. How do we make youth wings actually existent? Because what we have is just stage presence of youth wing this, youth wing of that, But across all political parties, there is not a single youth wing that we can say is very active on the mainstream. The most well-branded is the UID. But UID is almost a different political party when it's acting and not feeding into what DP or influencing what DP does. So I would want to know, and I'm glad that Kea is here, because Kea has also not said that when he was UID all those times, he has been busy supporting his Avesi. So I need to know, how do we make youth political wings work? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jacob. So yeah, we have 4 questions that cut across, especially on the areas of a failing system, the areas of structures, the areas of the youth of the youth in political parties from Comrade Maxon, and finally on how we can activate the youth wings. So as you prepare to use 3 minutes each to respond and we bring this to bed, let me shout out to Comrade Ivan Atuyambe, who is a team leader at ULEAD. Let's have you at least wave to us and could stand up. Nice. Thank you. So let me start with you, Wadada. 3 minutes each.
The very first question, I think it was who described a failing system. How do I describe a failing system? Well, I don't think I subscribe to the notion of ONSA or any youth entity being a failing system. But I think that any ONSA leadership or any time ONSA elects its leaders, it's as good as its leaders at a time. So I don't want to necessarily say that ONSA as an organization, as a students' organization, has failed. I think it is the leadership at a time. So I think I'll say that that will be enough for that. So I think it all goes back now to us, that who do we vote for, and who are we voted for, and what does that person stand for? And when they reach there and are not delivering, what have we done? Do we sit back and lay back and just look on? No, we need to bring them to book. So I think it is basically centered around that. The youth organizations, and anywhere, by the way. The biggest example I always give people is that in some of our cabinet ministries, any ministry is as good as the individual in it. Today they will appoint somebody and the ministry will be as good as them. Then tomorrow when they appoint somebody and the ministry will be vibrant. So I think it is basically about the leadership that we elect as a young people to represent us and what we do to hold them accountable. Number 2, I think somebody talked of meaningful participation. Yeah, I totally agree with the need and the urge for us as a young people to work towards having meaningful participation in our politics. And that I will re-echo once again, that necessitates us to think as a constituency, to understand that our issues and what drives us as a young people does not have a color, does not have a religion, does not have a tribe. And with that, we can come to a common ground and agree and push it together. I'm very much cautious about inclining this to blaming the system, to blaming. Yeah, I don't believe in blame game. I always believe in offering solutions for everything. I don't want us to keep on explaining why we have failed. So I think if we are to achieve meaningful participation in our politics, as a young people, we need to understand that we need to come together as a bloc and speak as a bloc. We need to increase our threshold. It has been so much lowered, and it is hampering our progress as a young people. Then
Finally,
yeah. How do we, from Jacob, how do we have youth wings vibrant? I think this is a discussion as an NRM young person we have always been having, that the NRM Youth League is very good on paper, that save for the COVID, the pandemic, but I think it is one of the youth elections that are very, very vibrant and pompous, involving lots of money, involving a lot of euphoria. But I think it all goes back to us. We need to bring this to book. We need to have more of these engagements and invite them. Because I know most of my NRM colleagues, they fear such engagements. I don't know why. They are timid. But hey, you lose nothing to come and discuss the real issues, because when we are talking as young people, it has nothing to do with color, and that one, I have no compromise about it. So I think the whole point is, as a young people, we need to wake up. We need to make sure that we bring to book our leaders. The Youth League, actually, I'm going to be very actively involved in the next Youth League. I don't know. We're still having some contestations on when they will be conducted, but wherever they will be, I will be heavily involved and very much willing to bring our leaders to book. We need to have more of these engagements.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Thank you so much. Yes, Marion, you can use your last 3 minutes to summarize the issues arising from our audience.
So the first one, how do you describe a failing system? A failing system, I would describe it as one that fails to do the duty that it was assigned to do. If you are a youth organization and you're an organization for young people, when we talk about the closing of schools and you're quiet, when we're talking about teenage pregnancies and you're quiet, when you are seeing the education go into ruins and you're quiet, and you are a young people's organization, and that's particularly your role, I consider you a failed system. When the state finds it that they can come and be at your polling station and decide who becomes your president, you are a failing system. So yeah, that's what I would continue. Do youth structures exist? Youth structures do exist, but we're talking about meaningful. Are they meaningful? Do meaningful youth structures exist? The only meaningful youth structure that I see, I don't know how to term it as a youth structure, but it also has a political aspect where young people do come and sit down and try to mobilize about things that they feel are important, whether it's elections or political spaces. I would say is maybe NUP or the People Power Movement, meaningful, that actually they can have a platform to advocate around issues that matter. The rest are dead and quiet, I would say, unfortunately. The problem perhaps I would find with that particular organizing, that it's so political, and sometimes the issues get lost in the political arena. That might be, and we must find a way to organize outside of that and make it completely young people and not politically inclined, but the issues of young people come first before political issues. The role of political parties in mentoring, I would agree with Jeremiah that as a person who has mentored young leaders in my student politics, one thing I will assure you is that no one is born knowing everything. That if you are not deliberate in grooming young leaders, you should not be shocked about the products that you get. So there is a problem with political parties, I agree. You are not training the leaders that you want to take over from you. Maybe you are afraid of change. Maybe you're afraid that you may groom someone and they become better than you. I don't know. But there has to be deliberate grooming. Don't expect young people to wake up one day and know everything if you have not been deliberate in making the people that you want to take power. And that will be the final one. Are the youth wings actually existent? Well, no, they are not as per se, but it still comes back to these political parties. Perhaps we should then interrogate why these political parties put up these youth wings and then decide which political parties we should belong to. So if your political party is not active in making sure that its youth wing is functional, then you as a young person will not have a space in that political party. You should go and make your own maybe.
Thank you so much, Mario. Thank you indeed. So, Comrade Jerry, you seem to have so many things people want you to explain. So I am going to give you the privilege of another minute. So you have 4 minutes to sum this up.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to just make a little comment on Comrade Wadada's statement he made earlier, that we rushed into the multi-party system and now we have elements of movement, individualism. Individualism, wherever there are interests, is a standard. It can never go away. Whenever there are interests, human beings are always like that. But I recently had a child, and he's 6 months old. I'll keep learning within that system. There is no question about being early. But I want to go straight to the questions. Patience Birungi from MUBS, the campaign cost. Everybody here knows, most of the people in this room have participated in politics, because I know most of them. And they know how costly a campaign is. I ran for Councillor LC5 in a city constituency in Kasubi here, with this NUP wave that was sweeping everywhere. But I also put in my 47 million. Councillor I also put in my 47 million. When we were doing research last time, the cost of an MP seat in Western Uganda was put at about 500 million plus. It was actually close to $1 billion, especially when you have gone through NRM primaries. So you can find out the figures. They are very outrageous. Until we have a structure, we cannot do anything. I didn't say that. Actually, in NUP, we do things rubber dub style. We don't wait for structures. No. We begin and the structures find us there. Even the party found us there. The party itself, National Platform, found us there. You must have a formula. Political formations and structures are made to be utilized to attain a purpose. It is not the structures and formations that rule us. No. They are means. The object is very clear. We want power. We want this. The object is always very clear. Then you can determine what formation or structure is most effective to lead you there. So you don't wait for structures. No, I don't agree with that. I am happy you said you witnessed the birth of NUP and you said you don't have a party. I invite you to the party whose birth you witnessed. Helen, former UNSA chairperson, you have been answered very well by Marion. A failed system is one that fails to do what it is supposed to. There is no question of it. But failing has stages, and each stage brings out certain types of products. It can bring out half-baked products. It can bring out quarter-baked products. It can bring out superb products, depending at the level of failure. Failure does not collapse like Kakande's church in 1 minute. No, it has stages. Like a mango. First it is pale green, then army green, then yellow, and finally it rots. So that's how failure is occasioned onto you. So you can define, you can tell us yourself, if you think UNSA has advocated for curriculum reforms, if you think UNSA has even made a statement about these recent skyrocketing pregnancies like during COVID-19, if UNSA even sat and devised a way people can study in schools, when they're in schools, if UNSA is engaging with the Ministry of Education on over-privatization of the education sector, if UNSA, all the things that affect the education sector, because your work is not supposed to sit in office and eat and, you know, call conferences and then you say, we have leaders. You have leaders, but what issues are you talking about as leaders who have gone through this system? Maxon Muhwezi political party is nurturing young people. I said that. said we had these groups that were nurturing young people. All of a sudden, we are going into, they are going into oblivion. We have a challenge. Political parties want finished products. I don't know where they're going to get them. In national platform, we are discussing this question of nurturing young people because we have the biggest bulk of young Ugandans. And I think next year we are going to launch a nurturing program for young people within our party. Finally, how do we make youth wings existent in real sense? I'll tell you the dilemma of youth wings. Youth wings are supposed to be semi-autonomous if they are to function effectively. Because they are a cantankerous group of young people which wants to feel some level of independence, and they do things that main wings can't do. They can insult when main wings can't. We have the Sevagra youth here. They could even confront military and beat it up. If actually you leave them to do something, they can do it. If you decide to patronize them, they die. So what political party leaders do? They fear vibrant youth wings. You saw how Julius Malema was pushed out of ANC. Very vibrant youth winger. There are so many like that. They cannot stomach the fire of a vibrant youth wing. All political parties, all of them. So they decided to devise mechanism of controlling them, killing them, and keeping them checked at all times. And every party has fallen victim of this habit. Now, it takes a very, very cantankerous one to defy within the party. You have to choose as a youth winger within your party to voice out and say, I will not be controlled like it says. If you don't do that, then you go to the limbo. It is very simple. You either stand up or go to the limbo. There is a cost. You can actually be kicked out of the party. You can be identified as an indisciplined cadre and so many other things. But that's the choice every youth winger has to make. There will be no external force that can help youth wings to get better. It has to be internal. Thank you very much. I want to thank the organizers for having invited me. I have, but the panel is over. Yeah? Because I was about to say I have a council meeting.
Now the panel is over. If I could just use 1 minute to recap what our panel has discussed. We have been discussing the youth participation in the just fallen election year and the lessons we can pick moving forward. We were able to use the little time we had to speak a little bit sufficiently about the space that is available for the youth to participate politically, about how we can raise the numbers of youth that are participating in the politics, about the question of student leadership, transiting from student leadership to national leadership, and finally about the cost of taking a side for a youth in politics. From me, we have to remember that this is a year that is specially designed for the young people. Like I reminded us from the beginning, 2 of the world's youngest leaders, actually the 2 youngest leaders, if you Google the youngest leaders, the first 2 were all elected in the last quarter of this year. Giacomo Smoncini of San Marino, 1st October, and just on Saturday, Gabriel Boric, who is 35. So this is our time, and we could not have identified any better opportunity to bring up this discussion. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for the prolific moderator and his panel. Good afternoon, everyone. And I once again welcome you to this year's and the inaugural Youth Leaders Dialogue. My name is Sebastian, Segawaivan Sebastian, and I am going to be the moderator for the next session. But before we go into the next session, we have sat for a while, and it's a young leaders dialogue, so we are young people. I just want one volunteer to come up here and take us through drills, you know, for us to stretch in about 4 or 5 minutes. and then we can proceed. Okay, I do not want to call someone up. I know like half the room personally, so I'll just call another call for a volunteer before I request Shah to join us and lead the drill. Nobody? Shah, I think you take the vote. While he comes, we shall all stand up.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. My name again is Ruba Kene Francis Shah, and as Jacob said, I stay in Nigeria, the affordable part, and I don't own the house. So, thank you very much. I don't know what kind of exercise to give you. Some people will say I'm trying to let them cut a lot of calories, but let's just stretch a bit. If you could, just stretch a bit. Obo likes to raise his hand up because I remember one time he was called the hammer. So let's do the hammer thing a bit. Thank you. If it's too hard for you, you could as well just change the other hand. It's quite boring, but thank you. Sebastian, I think that's enough.
Thank you so much, Shah. He came because he has a medical perspective, so he knows which pressure points to hit to, push the adrenaline. All right, and now we go in for the next session, and that next session is going to be ushered in with a keynote presentation. The session is on galvanizing collective youth action for a post-pandemic plan to revive youth livelihoods and opportunities. Allow me now welcome the Executive Director of the Public Policy Institute, Mr. Emmanuel Chitamirike, to give the keynote presentation.
Good afternoon. How are you? People behind, good afternoon. How are you? Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to make a keynote presentation. I was given 15 minutes, and I'm going to stick to the 15 minutes. But before I start, Andrew, you forgot about something. Forgot to remind young leaders that it's important that we should keep time in whatever we do. If we don't keep time, then our time is going to be eaten up by others. And by the time we wake up, there will be no more opportunities for us. My name is Emmanuel Chitamirike. I do so many things, but I was invited here as the Executive Director of the Public Policy Institute. The Public Policy Institute is a policy research and analysis agency, and we are based in Makerere University, and we are available for hire. Wherever you have policy-related work, I will be happy to do it for you. We've talked a lot about politics. The whole afternoon we are talking about youth participation, mainly in political processes. And this afternoon we are going to divert a little and talk about policy, talk about economics. And those are a bit boring issues, especially because we are political leaders. So I have about just 3 slides, that I'm going to focus on. The first slide is going to talk about youth livelihood and give a bit of the historical perspective where we are coming from. The second slide will talk about the cost of COVID-19 pandemic on youth livelihoods. And then the third slide will talk about what was given as the topic, which is galvanizing collective youth action for a post-pandemic plan to revive youth livelihood and opportunities. Thank you so much. Youth entrepreneurship, financing, and self-employment has been high on the policy agenda for a long time. For the last 10 years that I've been active in youth civil service space, we've talked about youth entrepreneurship financing. Basically, how do we fund youth initiatives in this country so young people can become economically empowered? And I'm going to highlight about 4 initiatives. The first one is the Youth Venture Capital Fund. How many of us heard about it? Some of us may be recent young leaders. The Youth Venture Capital Fund. That was around 2011, 2012. After a lot of effort, advocacy effort and voices from young leaders across the country around the issue of youth unemployment, government decided to come up with something called the Youth Venture Capital Fund. And the essence of this fund was basically to get young people access affordable credit from financial institutions. And at that time, I think there were 3, DFC, Youth Stanbic, I don't remember, maybe Centenary Bank. So what we did, by then I was the executive director of the Uganda Youth Network. I quickly ran to the National Youth Council and the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs and said, now, as you know how government comes up with policy proposition in this country, it was a budget pronouncement that we have 44.5 billion in this budget that we are going to give to young people. As you know, there was no framework, there was no paper, there was nothing, there were no guidelines. It was because of the pressure that was being created by young leaders around the issue of unemployment that government had come up. Remember, we are coming from elections, 2011 elections, and there had been a lot of talk about the situation of young people as far as livelihood is concerned. So I ran quickly to National Youth Council and to our members of parliament and said, we need to come up with guidelines that we can propose to government. So we sat down in several meetings with Samuel Kavuma, who was by then the chairperson of the NYC, Monica Modings, Gerard Karuhangas, that group of youth members of parliament. And we came up with guidelines and went to meet the Minister of Finance and presented our guidelines to the Minister of Finance. And we had a lot of deliberations, including also meeting the Speaker and many other stakeholders. Now, what happened is the Minister of Finance tells us in that meeting, in one of the meetings, I think you people need to go and benchmark and first appreciate how youth funds work elsewhere, which we thought was a very good idea. The next time I heard was that our youth MPs were on a benchmarking trip. I said, but I was part of this team. How did they leave me behind? Anyway, they went 5 countries, I think South Africa, Malaysia, a couple of countries around. When they came back, the language had changed. So I went back, started looking for them. I said to people, we had an agenda. I could not find it at all. Do you know what happens with benchmarking? Do you know how much a member of parliament earns every day on a trip? Right now it's $500 per night you are out of the country. They went 5 countries. on one trip. I think it should have been like 20 plus days moving one country to another. So per diem alone was $500 per night. You are out. So in the end, the guys had changed. We are not speaking the same language. So it goes back to something that Andrew talked about. If we are not economically empowered as young people, forget about the politics. Because we will not be able to stand our moral ground or our principles when we are confronted with policymakers. So, the UONETs, the National Youth Councils, you, all of you as youth leaders, the issue of economic empowerment of young people is very important, starting with us as youth leaders. Because we will talk, but when it comes to the issue of money, it's going to be difficult for us to be able to stand up. One last example I want to give. Again, you've been talking about youth participation, and I always want to give this example whenever I get the opportunity. When Honorable Evelyn Anite knelt down in Chankwan's to request the president to stand as a sole candidate for the 2016 elections, in my own view, I consider that as a high level of political or policy influence that any person could have in this country. What it means, as a young leader, to stand in the Chankwan's before national leaders and be the one to propose that, Mr. President, we still want you around, and we don't want anyone to compete with you, and we ask that you stand again. What more influence can the youth leader have? Are we together? But the question is, on whose behalf was Honorable Evelyn Anite kneeling in Chankwan's? Was it on our behalf as young leaders? Well, that is debatable. It's very debatable. Because she was our representative in parliament. We elected her. You've been elected by young people across the country. We therefore assume that whatever you do when you're here, it is for and on behalf of those you represent, isn't it? Are you on your own? So, that's an interesting debate, but that's not why I'm here. The issue of youth political participation. So there has been the Youth Venture Capital Fund, 44.5 billion, 2011-2012, and then the next year government added on 3.5 billion. Fast forward in 2013, 256 billion for the Youth Livelihood Program. We all know about it. Some of us are beneficiaries, I guess, in this room. Okay? As young leaders, we need to be interrogating and positioning ourselves. One, in terms of, are these programs emerging from our own deliberate actions as youth leaders, or someone else is sitting on the other side and deciding for us what they think we should be doing or we should be participating in? And this is a lot of money. It's a lot. Okay? If we interest ourselves in the 265 billion for the 5 years that was given to Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to grant young people, and ask ourselves, one, how many jobs were created out of this money? How many enterprises emerged out of the 256 billion? How many young people have transitioned from poverty or from their, unbearable economic state to a better state? Do we have those facts? Jacob, do you have that as chairperson of the National Youth Council? Okay? And there's a bigger problem. As long as you've not been part of the people who have made the decisions as far as this fund is concerned, it's going to be difficult for you even to ask for accountability, to hold these leaders accountable. Because you don't know how these programs emerge. You get it? In public policy, there is an approach we use when we are doing analysis of policy work. It's called the political economy analysis. That a lot of times when these programs come up, we clap our hands. Isn't it? We appreciate, we start positioning ourselves on how to benefit. But we rarely take initiative to understand what are the incentives for those who are coming up with these programs. Is it true that government wants to create opportunities for young people, or government wants to shut up your mouth so that you stop talking? So in the end, you realize that some of these programs are more harmful. So you find an entire parliament, if during the 2016, during this period when the Youth Livelihood Program was running, no member of parliament had their own program. Whenever you ask them, what do you have for the young people? Say, have the Youth Livelihood Program. That was an answer that every politician was giving. So, in my own view, you have this program that is serving more the interest of the policymakers or politicians than the interest of the young people. And this is what they do. You know what they did? Every chairperson of the district had a motorcycle and facilitation. Do what? Monitor. Would that person be able to speak for the young people outside them? Could they be? Yes or no? Now come forward to where we are now. We all know that there is no more Youth Livelihood Program. Is it still there? There is no more. This was supposed to be a revolving fund. What happened? It was supposed to be borrow, bring back, so that another young person benefits. So where is the money? What happened? Eh? What happened to the money? Borrow and eat. Okay. So now we have closed that borrowing and eating. Now we have come up with another initiative called the parish model. The parish development model. So you know what government has done? Said we have collapsed all those different programs. Youth livelihoods, Manual, ABCD now. We are putting all the money in the parish model. So every parish is going to, there are many pillars, but I'm more interested in one which is financial inclusion. So every parish is going to get 100 million every financial year. Now they have said, youth, you have 30% of that money, which means 30 million. People living with disabilities, you have 30 million. Women, you have 30 million. Then 10 million for others. Okay? We are going to be here after 5 years, and we'll be asking ourselves, what happened to the parish development model? Where did the money go? Why? Because as youth leaders, we are not driving the conceptualization of these models. We are not participating in probably the development of the model. We will only wait to see how can we position ourselves. But even that positioning may not benefit many of you, because 30 million per parish is not a lot of money. How many of us will be able to access it? You get it? So the challenge with youth leadership is we are more on this side waiting for things to happen. I think that's what Andrew was talking about. Not more into how do we drive these things. That's my first slide. My second slide is the cost of COVID-19 pandemic on youth livelihood. We all know that COVID-19 has forced the majority of youth to stay home for the last almost 2 years. The numbers that Andrew was talking about, 51% of the population are children 15 years and below, 57% 18 years and below. Then when you bring in us, we're talking about 70+% of the population has literally stayed home for the last 2 years. And that has had a significant impact on our livelihood. In other countries, young people are innovating, creating new digital applications and tools using the internet. What are we doing around that as far as we are concerned? Maybe sitting home could have been an opportunity, but how many young people were able to access the internet while at home? I work in Makerere University, and at one time we had to suspend the online, it's called the online learning platform, because we realized that majority of students don't have access to the internet, let alone gadgets, wherever they were across the country. And we had a candid conversation with the management, with the university council, and said, this cannot work. Okay? Because majority of your students don't have access to the internet. You get it? The pandemic is worsening the chances of keeping you with a constructive mind. You're staying at home, you have no internet, you know, for almost 2 years. What is the impact of that on your mind? I have a young boy that I took yesterday back to school for interviews. He's supposed to go to B3. So the mother was like, let him go do interviews for B3. I am even ashamed to say the marks he got. They were really terrible. But you can't blame the young boy, can you? So that explains. But also, COVID-19 has worsened the transition from school to work. It's now much more harder for you who is graduating from college, from university, to find a job. Because the economy has shrunk. Your opportunities, many businesses have closed down. Many organizations have scaled down the number of their employees. So it's going to be much, much more difficult for young people post-COVID. But then, if we look on the other side and say, what is government doing about this? And then try to understand whether what they are doing is beneficial to us or can support us as young people. You remember last year, government put about 1 trillion shillings into UDB, Uganda Development Bank. One can borrow money from UDB. Probably none. Okay? But then government also came up with 366 billion for what we call a MYOGA in microfinance institutions. That is the money for young people. I don't know how many of us here have accessed it. But still, it goes back to my point that even if you have a MYOGA, this is a program that has been designed without your input. The extent to which it can address your individual needs may be very difficult. Then recently, 250 billion has also been put in what we call the SME Recovery Fund. For those enterprises that employ 10 people and below, government is putting up some 250 billion in partnership with financial institutions for you to go and borrow and be able to revitalize your enterprise. How many of us have enterprises that can be able to benefit from this this kind of scheme. In conclusion, Uganda's policy responses have primarily focused on formal sector and on formally organized societal groups. What extent have we been able to organize ourselves? Even this, for instance, the SME Recovery Fund, we have so many enterprises as young people. But are they formal? Can you be able to present it to the bank? Is it even credit worthy? Do you even have records, okay, that you can be able to present? So going forward, as I conclude, how can we galvanize collective youth action for a post-pandemic plan to revive youth livelihoods and opportunities? I have only been able to set guiding questions for both the panel and the audience to reflect on as you discuss this session. The moderator and the panelists who are coming here. One, how can youth leaders be at the front line for a new thinking of a post-pandemic economy, not driven by profits, but human conscience? Not driven by profits. How is that possible? That you guys can be able to start to think and generate policy propositions to government on how the economy, this economy can run, not entirely looking at profits. Because that's what is driving us now. Profits. Put money in UDB, so, put money in SME Recovery Fund, and all these things. Okay? But how many Ugandans can be able to benefit from these schemes? The UDP money, 1 trillion, is for big manufacturers. We all know that big manufacturers in this country are not Ugandans. Okay? So if you go and interrogate who has borrowed that money, you're most likely to be shocked. Question 2. Can youth leaders shift policy discussions from skilling to structural causes of unemployment? I'm going to explain this. Many times we talk about we need the skills, fine. We need skilling, we need to skill young people, ABCD, but I don't think that that is the policy panacea that will address unemployment. This economy is small. Even if you give everyone a skill, it is small to absorb all of us. So how about if we start thinking about the structural bottlenecks that are impeding the growth of the economy, so that the economy can be able to create sufficient jobs or opportunities to absorb the young people. Every year, government licenses so many investors. I think some of you should take interest in this subject. If you go to the Uganda Investment Authority website, you'll find there are hundreds of new investors. I'm going to bring in $1 billion US, going to this kind of industrial job. I'm going to create this number of jobs. But who has ever held the Uganda Investment Authority accountable? Do we even know whether these jobs are created? And if they are created, how decent are they for all of us? Have you moved along Jinja Kampala Road and found so many young people working in those industries? Have you? Anyone? Along that road in the morning and the evening? Please go and venture and find out how much do they earn per day. You'll be shocked. 4,000. 4,000 shillings per day. Those are the investors that are being brought. But no one is holding them accountable. Question number 3. Is it the time to rethink government's role in development? Away from economic policy making to execution. We have left this economy to others. Government has left this economy to private sector players. And in my own view as a policy analyst, I think that the private sector is not appropriately driving where we want us to be. So, can young leaders, can you guys start to think, how do we get government back into driving economic growth? Okay? And if it's going to happen, how? I will give you an example. When the World Bank and IMF went to Tanzania during the 1980s and 90s, and advised the Tanzanian government to privatize the economy. Tanzanian government said, yes, we shall privatize the economy, but we are not going to sell our industries to foreigners. We will ask our people to form companies so that they can manage. Any foreigner who wants to come and participate in the economy, come and build your own industry. Okay? Maybe we shouldn't be shocked that Tanzania last year was pronounced as a middle-income country because the government of Tanzania appreciated that government must play a role in development beyond making policies. Finally, how can youth meaningfully participate in and contribute to policy making? Going back where I started from, that a lot of these policies are coming to us, but we are nowhere where they are made from. We only wait to receive them. Can we think a National Youth Council as a statutory body that is supposed to mobilize, represent young people in this country? You can't allow this to happen. You can't. Because you have the mandate statutorily by law. So how do these things pass? You cannot even make an input. But even then, we need to think about what I'm calling intergenerational co-leadership and collaboration in all these initiatives that we are talking about. Okay? And lastly, how can youth co-create the policies that directly affect them as opposed to being end users? I hope that the panel and the audience can reflect on these questions and that at the end of the day we can be able to have tangible outputs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel Kimirike, and we appreciate the good work you have been doing. Looks like you have been a career activist and one that takes youth interests at heart. Now we shall move on to our panel discussion. I am going to invite our panelists, and because we are time spent and because all of them are very energetic people, I will request them to move very fast. First, on the panel, allow me invite the team leader, Youth for Tax Justice, Mr. Alan Muhereza. While Alan makes his way, allow me also invite an entrepreneur and banker, Mrs. Sandra Nabasirie. And last but by no means least, an economic policy analyst and lawyer, Mr. Okidi Christopher. Thank you so much, our panelists, for joining us. And now that the panel is fully constituted, we are going to dig into that discussion that we are here to unpack today. But before that, I want to remind everyone, probably a quick recap for those that do not know, that in Uganda we have been suffering the pandemic that probably hit the rest of the world at a much earlier stage. But for us here, it started in March 2020, that is last year. And during this pandemic, nearly 3 million jobs have been lost. This impact has not been evenly distributed, and youth in agribusiness and women were among the hardest hit. And these are statistics from the Economic Policy Research Center. Today we are going to address how we can consolidate youth energies to ensure that we have a better plan for the post-pandemic youth livelihoods and opportunities. But before I have the questions that will be going to the different panelists, I want to invite each panelist in 2 minutes to tell us exactly what they do so that we can appreciate better what contributions that they're going to be bringing on this panel. And to start with, I'll start with you, Mr. Okidi Christopher. Not working. I can provide mine. Well, we request someone from the technical team to help us.
My name is Okidi Christopher. I currently practice law with Opia Kenya Company Advocates. But before that, for the last 5 years, I used to lead the Youth League of the Democratic Party, called the Uganda Young Democrats. Besides law, which by the way was a later course I did, Mercy here knows I did law far much later. My first degree was in development studies from Gulu University, where I also happened to be guild president. And then I did my master's at the Department of Political Science in International Relations. And then later, UCU for law. I'm happy to see my guild president, Priska. And then later I went to the Law Development Center in 2017, 2018. Thank you.
Yes, Sandra.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Sandra Navasidia. I'm a Makerere University trained teacher. I'm not a banker. I'm a teacher, and I'm now a full-time farmer. You said you introduce yourself, but that's all what I do. I grow vegetables, tomatoes full-time, and I also train youth and also encourage youth to engage in agriculture for sustainable development. That's why I'm here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Heriza Alan Mranja, and I'm the team lead at Youth for Tax Justice Network, a youth Pan-African organization that is working towards having young people participate and influence policy around domestic resource mobilization, allocation, and utilization for the benefit of young people. So basically what we do is that we, in one way or the other, inform or participate to inform policies around how governments can mobilize resources, allocate them, usually through the budget processes, but also utilize them, and at the end of the day, that should be for the benefit of young people. And I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that is our panel. To go deep into the conversation, I first of all want to make it clear to everyone here that a lot has been said, mostly in our keynote presentation from Mr. Emmanuel Kitamirike. And among those, he pointed out very keenly that government has had a lot of interventions to ensure that we have young people alleviated from poverty. Even in the middle of the pandemic last year in June, the government produced the National Development Plan, the third National Development Plan, one of a series of 6 that we shall be expecting. This development plan is supposed to be serving the next 5 years. And today we want to come and first of all unpack this discussion from there. That government has rolled out interventions in the middle of the pandemic, and it claims that these interventions are taking into cognizance the situation that we are in. The post-pandemic situation for young people, and I'll start with you, Alan, is one that is mostly e-led, e-commerce, so to say. because the pandemic exposed very many young entrepreneurs to e-commerce. I want to ask whether you feel that enough interventions have been made for us as a country to have a tax regime that is sensitive to e-commerce that is dominated by the young people.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. I would like to also say that we are likely going to have a post-pandemic. As you know, every time we're having a new variant, so chances are that we may never have a post-pandemic. But at least to answer your question, to put it in an easier way, is that at the core of everything, you see priorities where money is put. Let me put it that way. That again, like you said, many of our young entrepreneurs, many of our young, and I also believe it's so true to say that most Ugandans, for example, are also online. I think that could be a mistake. I remember when we were having conversations around the social media tax, and some people in Kasese told us that they had to sell a kilogram of maize to afford 200 shillings to be online. So, of course, I wanted to give that background that as even we start talking about issues of e-commerce, issues of digitalization, issues of value chains in terms of the digital economy, there's a bigger group of us that cannot either access the internet, as Mr. Melo was saying, or cannot have the gadgets to do that. So that's the first point, that there are also those other people. But again, as you asked about the tax rate, I think one of the solutions that were given initially were mainly targeting the Congo sector, late filing and all that. And then, of course, the shocker came this year when we had an excise duty of 12% on the internet. And the idea was that, and when we were discussing with the committee, sometime they said, going to tax the internet either way because there had been growth in terms of digitalization. But for us, I think where now this is that at the beginning is that we've not invested enough as a country to enable people participate or utilize digital spaces to co-create, to innovate, to invent. And I'll give an example. I always joke about this, but it's serious. Every time I'm in a Zoom meeting, I have to apologize that I'm going to switch off my video so that I some sort of save the bandwidth. But as a country, had never invested at all in, for example, that infrastructure for the internet. And the pandemic came and all of a sudden everyone was using the internet. So there has to be investment in terms of, and I said for us what I usually talk about is we want to help government raise resources, mainly through fair taxation. We believe that that's the most sustainable way we can finance the movement. And then, of course, we allocate those funds for sectors that benefit young people. And one of them is the ICT sector. So initially, before we go into programming, budgeting, you ask yourself, for example, how much does the Ministry of ICT, for example, get in terms of funding to, when we talk about industrialization, we talk about value chain addition and all those things, there's a requirement of ICT. So from a tax perspective, I think one, of course, the most obvious is that the tax on the internet has been disastrous. But like I said, that would be also looking at just those that are able to access the internet. We have to look at the wider tax regime on how is it affecting the ordinary person, because I will also believe that an average Ugandan or African is a young person. So how are for example, tax incentives that Tamika was talking about here, or the incentives generally, for example, benefit a young person vis-a-vis probably an investor? I must say that I've not got these tax incentives, only that we want those, for example, that can help, or those that can help benefit, for example, the young people. So for me, that will be the starting point, that whereas there are taxes on the internet, they put tax on the internet, which is a very bad tax, and we're going to fight it. We already started doing that. But we need to look at the entire tax regime holistically, because tax is supposed to be, one of the functions is supposed to redistribute income. The inequality bit that Andrew was talking about. That if we are talking about social security, if we are talking about health care, if we are talking about all those things that young people benefit from that cannot afford, the only way they can access those is if government raises resources and through fair taxation, and maybe for fair taxation is that everyone should be able to pay their fair share of tax. Where you find that those that have more pay more, those that don't have. That is the only way we are going to have our entrepreneurs have the investments that they need within the sectors that are critical to them so that they can survive the ongoing pandemic. I would like to say possibly.
Thank you so much, Alan. And now I will quickly move to you, Sandra. I first of all want to apologize for calling you a banker, Madam Mwalimu. Uganda is arguably an agro-based economy, largely. And very many young people and women are the ones that facilitate this agricultural sector. As a farmer, I want to get your opinion. What are the biggest challenge? What are the biggest challenges you have met as a young person in farming?
Okay. Thank you for correcting that. I'm a proud farmer, I say, and I'm commonly known as a slave farmer. Yeah, I'm the only slave farmer in Uganda. Anyway, as a farmer, we face so many challenges, even before COVID, yeah. Anyway, we're only talking about this COVID period. The challenges have been there, and we're still facing them. I'll start with government not identifying the problems that youth farmers are facing, yeah. They say, oh yeah, we are going to maybe help you solve the problem. They don't know the exact problem that we are facing. The major problem has been, of course, remember when it was locked down, there was no movement, yeah. Me, I told you I'm a hands-on farmer. I grow produce myself and I sell them myself. So we face a problem of moving from the farm to the market, yeah. Remember, you're investing in this agriculture or the farming to see that, because me, it's now the job I do. It's my source of income, yeah. I no longer teach, I only teach in the garden. So you're doing farming, hoping to get money out of it. Then there is lockdown, no movement. You have to go to Manya RDCs, local government, all those people to get a permit to move. We grow perishables because we grow tomatoes. By the time you get the permit, your tomatoes are ready. Who's going to compensate? No one. Yeah. So, but of course, we're still doing it. That's challenge number one. Then challenge number two. Of course, you've probably been watching over the news that there are so many fake agro inputs on the market. Yeah. What is our government doing? Well, I'm not going to talk about politics. I'm talking about real life experiences because this is what I do. Yeah. Well, I'm a youth. What is the government doing about it? Nothing. So we find that it kind of discourages other youth farmers, or other youth who want to engage in what we are doing. Because if we do the farming, we put up our work, we slay, and we do all those things, people are going to be attracted. They go, oh, I want to do what Sandra is doing. But in the actual sense, there are so many challenges that are going to discourage them. If the government is saying, oh yeah, youth engage in agriculture, employment, blah, 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 blah. What are they doing? Nothing. So you find that there are fake agro inputs on the market. The government is not helping us. You get. So you get your kamani, the seeds that we use now for the tomatoes, because they're hybrids, the ones that I grow, they're very expensive. Just for 50 grams, it's 850,000. 850,000, yeah? That only plants about 1 acre or about 800 smalls. So you get your kamani, go buy the seeds, you end up buying fake what? Fake seeds. Then also the chemicals that you use. Basically, those are some of the challenges, plus others, obviously, that kind of discourage other youth farmers. Yet if there is a way, government can kind of help, yeah? Even if, because for us, we don't want the money. The government give us money, fund us, I mean, we can work and get our money. But at least we want fair policies. You get what I'm saying, yeah? We don't want, because we can't be begging the government for each and everything. Things, because some things you can't control. Me, I can't control. I can't go to URA and, is it URA that, what is it called? UNBS, exactly, yeah. I can't go, there are things that I can't control as a farmer. But if there is a way government or those organizations help us, we can maybe have this or maybe do farming in a better way. The other thing that, well, it's not a challenge that I've faced, but because whenever I get a platform like this, I try to preach the agriculture gospel to the youth, yeah? Because I hold a degree, I told you, from Makerere University. but I gave up teaching, and I'm a full-time farmer, not a telephone farmer, full-time, gumboots, overalls, hose, and all that. And for the period I've been in farming, I've seen how there is really money, real money, on what they talk about, oh, money in agriculture and all that, because I'm a practical farmer. So if the government is talking about, oh yeah, youth and no employment, manya youth this, that, I mean, let's stop talking about the formal sector. Let's try to talk about the agricultural sector, the informal sector, because there is money, you get. Then what is the government? Because us, a few youth farmers who kind of come up and talk about it, I don't really believe. But if there is a way government kind of collaborates with us, you get what I'm saying? People are not responding. You should. I'm a teacher. I told you I need a vibrant class. So if there is a way government kind of sorry, if there is a government kind of collaborates with some of us who have come up to do agriculture, I think we shall stop talking about unemployment in youth, unemployment. You study, get degrees, go look for jobs, because the world has changed. Things are not going to be the same after Corona. You all agree with me. Yet people still eat, whether you have money or not. You get what I'm saying? So policymakers that are here, please, there are some of the things you should really consider. I can talk till evening. Let me just stop there for now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sandra, for that perspective. And jumping on to the issue of policy, I will take on the policy analyst. For you, I want to take your assessment of how much involvement of young people is undertaken when informing these policies.
First of all, let me start from the point that crisis is always an opportunity. There is always an opportunity in every crisis. When there was a population explosion in Europe, people like Malthus came up with very good theories on population. How do we address the population crisis? When there was the Spanish influenza in 1918, that was also the time that economies like America got an edge over the rest of the economies. Although others say it is short-lived, it was a short-lived period of just 6 years, because you remember in 1929, there was yet another economic depression. Even world wars are the reason why we have the United Nations and all these other institutions. So for me, I think in crisis, there's an opportunity if you get the basics right. The most important thing right now in Uganda is we need to get the basics right in terms of the state and the economy. What kind of state do we want? Because, by the way, people in the humanitarian sector, Andrew, and many people in the civil society here, will actually tell you that there is even a shift of strategy in terms of, in fact, even an organization like World Vision, which provides a lot of sponsorship opportunities, this time round came up with a new strategy. And what does their strategy say? Their strategy says that we now want to shift away from giving services all the time to now empowering people to demand social accountability. Because at the end of it all, it is the duty of the state to provide services to the people. And I think this is influenced by scholars globally. I know Fukuyama, who I'm currently reading, is also one person who is basically talking about the need to bring back the state and institutions in African development discourses. You see? Adam Branch also said displacing human rights. Because if you're providing everything as NGOs to people and what, you're actually making government even fold its hands and say, we are no longer. So the most important thing is that we need to get the basics. What kind of state do we want? Is the first question we should be asking ourselves. And after that, what is the economic system that can thrive in such a state? Well, there are very various states. America, for example, is a liberal state, which has many, actually America is believed to be a minimalist state because that is a capitalist society. And in capitalism, it is all about individual choice, liberty, and everything, you see. So, transporting that entire argument into Africa here, I think the most important thing that we need to do is Africa is yet at the point where we need to first address basics. Even when we are talking about these other things, Africa should not just coexist in the international economy. Africa should find its own identity in the international economy. What is the African state? For me personally, if you ask me that what should we get right on the perspective of the state, I will tell you that one, we need, first of all, the state should do its classical role of public goods, providing public goods. For me, as Christopher Okidi, I don't need Youth Venture Livelihood Fund, and I've never asked for it. I don't need even the student loan scheme. In fact, I even paid my law degree, which was very expensive at UCU on my own. I don't need that. All what I need is the state to provide me, to do its role, provide the infrastructure. If I am driving to go and study, let the road be okay. Let me give you an example of northern Italy. Parents in northern Italy, they're very well, if you understand the history of Italy. They took their children to study at the MIT, Harvard, all those big names. Yes, they went to study in all those big schools. And they thought that when their children finish, they will remain there and work at the Silicon Valley. But the reality of unemployment is also everywhere, by the way. It's not only in Uganda. So what did these people do? They came back, they went back to Italy, and thanks to a functioning state, they went with their girlfriends to their farms and then started piloting what is called drown irrigation, agricultural entrepreneurship. By the way, these concepts such as agricultural entrepreneurship we talk about, the best case study is actually in Italy. So for me, I think if we get the basics right, the state should protect the people, provide, in fact, minimal functions such as security, protection, governance, protect us from, we would not even be crying. Chitamirike talked about structural challenges to unemployment, nepotism. There are very many people who are qualified to work in any position, but they cannot get these jobs because of structural problems such as nepotism, usana you. In fact, President Museveni even said recently that he's now going to employ only children of rich people. So children of poor people, you now understand that, first of all, we need to address the basics to even make our own president understand basics. Then in terms of the economy, you can do everything along the economy. We should also determine what kind of economy do we need. Do we need an economy where the state performs its role and also the state provides social policies? Because
in a minute.
Yes, in fact, I'm actually concluding on that point. Social policies, what is called social market capitalism or Rhine capitalism. In fact, if we get these basics, we don't need all those venture capital fund. That is why I'm inclined to believe what Nkrumah saying, that seek first the political kingdom and everything shall be readily availed. So young people should stop. In fact, when Mercy was giving the speech on behalf of Action Aid, I was really very excited. And I was telling Andrew that, you see, these are the perspectives we need. When Ayero asked about, I said that the moment we stop paddocking youth energies, we do away with NYC, we do away with Uganda Youth Network, we do away with political party youth leagues. Because at the end of it all, this country is 78% young people. And that paddocking is just meant to keep you somewhere there. Then they send you some livelihood which even never reaches, to make you, to deflect you from the grand objective of attaining the power. Yet you have the numbers.
Thank you.
So Christopher here says that, okay, we are a majority of a minority in this country, but that line of questioning was just to inform perspectives and gaps from the policy end. However, today I want to remind you that we are discussing galvanizing collective youth action for a post-pandemic plan to revive youth livelihoods and opportunities. And that brings me to my next question, which is going to cut across. And the question is very simple. Do we feel that young people who, and I agree with Chris, a majority in this country, do we feel that young people are doing enough to demand what they deserve? Rightfully so. I will start with the slave farmer.
What is the question? Sorry.
Do you feel as a farmer that young people in farming are doing enough to demand government to implement policies that support them?
No, we are not doing enough. That's the fact. We are not doing enough because there's a lot of bureaucracy. I think it was the keynote speaker who noted, for if you're a youth and you want maybe something to be done, you have to be involved. Yeah, it's not us who comes up with who come up with these policies, or this is how we want agriculture to be done, or this is what we want. Like there are policy makers there, and you ask maybe why aren't we involved in politics as youth, so that maybe we are also somewhere there. Well, I mean, we are gifted differently. Some of us are politicians, others are farmers, and we all can't be there. But what we are asking, what we're requesting for, because like I said, we have different talents. Other policy makers that probably are born naturally politicians can maybe help us, yeah? Kind of come and engage with us, or maybe we shall come to you, yeah? You get to know some of the things that maybe we want, or some of the things that, the policies, and also some of the things that can kind of enable us do the farming in a good way. Then maybe you can help us talk with the government and see how some of the things are implemented. Yeah, I believe we're not doing enough because we are not there, and maybe some of us are timid, or maybe some things are there you can't change, even if you say what are you going to do about it? You say what, okay, we're getting fake agro inputs, or maybe there's a lot of taxes levied on agriculture in, let's say the irrigation system that we use. Before there weren't levying taxes on them. Right now, getting just an irrigation kit, like heavy taxes, how many people, because yes, I'm going to kind of solicit money, I get the irrigation kit. Then the taxes are going to kind of discourage me. So am I going to do farming? And I can't go surely to parliament to demonstrate, or maybe stand for probably member of parliament and all that. But if I have a colleague probably who is there and maybe kind of engage with them, they can kind of help us, and yeah, we see that we achieve.
Thank you so much. I'll come to you, Alan, when you are doing the lobbying and advocacy to inform policy that is youth progressive. Do you feel like you have the backing of the constituency you're fighting for?
Disagree. The young people are trying. The only problem I think has been around galvanizing around interests. Let me say it that way. Because you'll find she's a farmer, she has her issues. There could be farmers doing something. There are young people actually that are doing something. Recently we saw doctors. We are going to see lecturers striking. We're very soon going to see students striking, and the list goes on. But I would want to believe that actually there's been something that has been done. Our young people are trying to do something. Of course, from a context that everything has been made or done to make sure that those interests never collide, or those interests never align to demand for what they're supposed to be or what they're supposed to do. So we wouldn't be here if young people aren't doing anything. For the past 5 years, we've always presented before Parliament tax proposals on what we believe, for example, is good for young people, what is not. They never take them up, but we do our part. So I think, to answer your question, I think young people are trying. What then we need to do is to see how do we get all our interests to align, or how do we make, I think it's unless we usually try, who says that commit class suicide, get out of our privileged cocoons or get out of, and then look at the issues we have as issues that that affect us. And I'll give an example. When we started talking about resource mobilization, fair taxation, it is very unpopular to tell people that pay your fair share of tax without seeing any bit of accountability for the resources that are raised. And when we went to engage youth in political parties, initially people asked us, why are you engaging them? We told them that, you see, even if NUP came to power, they will need resources to run this government. Even if DP, FDC, they will need resources to invest in the things that we want them to do. So we took resource mobilization, and now we are engaging the NYC, we are engaging youth leaders in political parties, we are engaging youth MPs, because we believe that that was a transcending issue, to say that whatever you're doing, you raise resources in a way that is sustainable for young people, and we are having those conversations. So I think, and I think it must have been Andrew who said, some were trade unionists, some were Pan-Africanism, non-alignment, but all those people themselves were farmers, some were teachers. They had interests that they said, all our interests have the same problem, the colonialist. And they galvanized together and had a solution for that. And so for me, I think the challenge is, as young people have been doing something, but differently. You cannot fail to see a young person doing something, whether it's in electoral democracy, whether it's in human rights, whether it's, you will still find some young people. But the idea is, how do we then convince ourselves that everything that we are doing differently is for all of us, but also that we have the same common enemy, or we have the same obstacle that we are trying to fight. So for your question, I think we are in between. There are young people that are doing things. We just have to get better organized.
Okay, we do have dissenting views on the involvement of young people on the panel, which is a good thing, because discourse and indifference should be something we celebrate. While I invite Christopher to answer the question, I want to inform the audience that we shall be taking 6 questions, exactly 6 questions from you after he answers. And the tech team, I would like to know whether our online audience is also having any questions. And to those of us that are following us live on YouTube, we acknowledge your presence, and we are happy that you're joining us on this conversation. Over to you, Christopher.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think agriculture is still going to be the backbone of our economy for a long time. Because Uganda and Africa has not yet experienced an industrial revolution. Because, by the way, the transition from agriculture to an industrial economy in Europe was a result of the disruption caused by the industrial revolution. Now, in our case, and by the way, even globally, there is a resurgence of agriculture. Yet at the forefront of global economy and development. And if you, for example, for you who like to read books, if you read Dambisa Moyo on Winner Take All, in fact, she predicts and says that Africa is going to be, when you look at the population of China, China is 1.5 billion people. China does not have the land to feed all Chinese. I think that is why they eat certain things that cause coronavirus. And that is a joke, you know. But what that tells you is that Africa can position itself through agriculture to feed the world and countries like that. By the way, before that political standoff between Marc Ravalomanana and Ratsirak in Madagascar, this country, the Chinese conglomerate, the Wood, had actually least a quarter of that country to provide for them food. Now, look at this opportunity. In fact, when we are talking about livelihoods in post-COVID, we should not even look further than agriculture. We shouldn't look further than agriculture. For me as Okidi, if, for example, in my village, there is a good public infrastructure, there is a good MTN mast where I can get data, I can actually go and stay with my family in my village, do farming, and then find the market. Because I am land educated, I know how to get into the Chicago Commodities Exchange market. That is the market. But the problem with our economies is that the people who are reaping out of agriculture are middlemen, and middlemen who are actually taking advantage of ignorance of farmers, and so they always locate themselves between the global commodities market and the farmer, and in that location is where the profit is. During the lockdown, the first lockdown, you know why? In fact, I kept on asking myself, why are trucks that are really bringing coronavirus not being stopped from entering Uganda? Then first of all, I got reminded who the owners of the trucks are and what is their role in the global food chain. You see? So, for me, I think at the end of it all, we don't really need handouts. All we need is provide proper infrastructure. In fact, I am an advocate for a minimalist state. Let the state just do what it is supposed to do. Let there be fair play, and then we shall sort out ourselves in the economy. For me, that is actually what I think.
Thank you so much, Christopher. I now turn to you, the audience, but before I want to mention that our online audience, our one Mr. Franklin Mireri, tuning in from Arusha, Tanzania, says wonderful conversations here, looking forward to substantive outcomes that will provide tangible leadership opportunities for Uganda and African youth. Well, that was not a question, but thank you so much for being interested in the conversation. Okay. I will take 6 questions. I will take 3 from gentlemen and 3 from ladies. 1, 2 in the checked. 3, trying to avoid Andrew to give an opportunity to someone who hasn't spoken. 4, 5, and Andrew 6. When you ask, please direct a question to one of the panelists. And it should be one question and a question.
Thank you very much. My name is Brighton Avaho. I work with the Center for Policy Analysis, and I'm a lawyer by profession. But this very topic that our panel was actually discussing, galvanizing collective youth action for post-pandemic plan to revive youth livelihoods. I have 2 comments. One on UDP. Earlier on, we had Chitamirike talk about the money that was put into UDP. Because I had an opportunity to conduct the National Youth Parliaments across the country, and issues of livelihoods came out clearly from the young people that were participating in these things. But the question that young people are asking, how can we as young people be able to actually get something from the money that was put into UDP? The other time we had members of parliament that were led by Abdu Katundu present a report on Emyoga, about 262 billions put in Emyoga. But the question was, how many young people have been able to, because Emyoga is actually something that has come during the COVID times, but how many young people? Then the other issue is parish government model. The other time we had the NYC have a presser where they were asking the government to ring-fence about 40% of the money to the young people. But the question is, how much advocacy have we done as civil society, all stakeholders? Because the other time we saw when parish government model was coming up, The women stood up and they said, WEP is not going anywhere. But for us, the Youth Livelihood Fund was disbanded. We are not, so we are not certain of how the young people are going to benefit from these things. And then we really need, as civil society, as young people, both in UNSA, NYC, we need to look at how much advocacy are we doing together with our leaders such that we can all benefit from all these initiatives. Thank you.
I apologize when I was opening this panel discussion. I forgot to mention something critical, that the conversation is very alive on all social media platforms with a hashtag IYD2021. So please go and engage, because the beauty then we get is we have continuity of conversations and we have more voices sharing ideas on there. And now moving on, I would like someone with a question to the panelists.
Thank you so much. My name once again is Sergio Natrinda. I think I don't agree with you, sir, because we are having a dialogue, if I understand very well, and we must create solutions instead of asking questions. So allow me to make a small submission on what has been going on. You know, we have to be humble. You know, younger people are suffering a lot, but we don't want to admit. I like that lady. She said she's a slave farmer, but most of us younger people, we want to look smart. We don't want to get out of our comfort seats, and we think that everything will happen. My brother is quarreling with the Mugand parish model, but I want to inform you, my brother, that this money, you will actually not touch it when you're doing nothing. So you younger people must wake up, start doing something small, and all of these other government programs will find you moving. I want to assure you this. We can come here, discuss, take chai, but at the end of the day, you keep the same. You must wake up and do something. Number two, like the discussion was going, I got annoyed with Ian because I had wanted to come in earlier, but he didn't give me the chance. You know, for me, I'm a Muchiga and I like being factual. The fact is simple. Youth, we are not going to benefit. You know, this discussion is good because we come here, sit and talk, but the outcomes will never be seen anywhere. How many of you will be impacted by these discussions? But me, I want to give you one solution. Me, I've been in these things and I'm a practical man. You see, you can even lose your girlfriend because of some carito money. How do you expect to win an election when you're poor? So we have to start with economical empowerment if we want to go as far as possible. Can Uganda Youth Network and Action Aid help us come up with those economical empowerment programs so that we see how we get these younger people? I've been engaging some people from National Youth Council that let us come with more innovation and skilling, you know, programs so that we give our younger people these skills. She grows tomatoes and she is interested in selling them. Why can't some of you learn how to make tomato sauce and you make money out of that? So we have to be practical a bit if we are going to get much. And also, to my brother Andrew Karamaji, I think younger people we should avoid. I think some of us are biologically programmed to be in opposition. And that is wrong. I've been following my brother Karamaji ever since I was at campus Makerere. He has never been positive on this government. I don't know, are you you were born to oppose the government? Let us work together somewhere, somehow, and we create solutions for the younger people. We must create a synergy as younger people, whether you're NRM, FDC, the problems face us all. Thank you so much.
And I think I've been inspired to open the floor more to get more ideas.
Thank you so much, the moderator.
much as I'm also Mchiga, but I'll keep it simple. Yeah, my name is Paul Rukundo. I come from Rukunjame Youth Leader. One, my reaction to the discussion is that there is a lot of misinformation. I am actually unhappy that the gentleman here who presented left the America or something. The parish model we are talking about, much as youth are not included in the policy formulations, but the money is there. Pick it, grow tomatoes, sell them, get rich. As simple as that. This business of coming here, youth, yes, we are not involved, but umuganda agamba katono kaya nakaliwa munkwawa. You only quarrel when you already have something for yourself. So young people, let's get out of here. Go look for that little money that we are campaigning here. Pick it, grow tomatoes like the Sere farmer, and get money. As simple as that. Thank you.
Paul says, take what you can get. I don't know how many of us agree with him, but the outro has proven that a couple of us agree.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, for giving me this opportunity. Yeah, I just have 2 comments. I want to comment, actually, the earlier panel someone talked about reducing money in politics. It is actually next to impossible. The only that we can do is monitoring how to monitor money is being spent in politics. Recently, I did a study with the members of parliament. A topic of the study was how we're assessing the quality of democracy in parliament. And that was a question where I would engage with the member of parliament that do we need a registration to put a limit on the amount of money that members of parliament are putting in their campaign. And their reaction was that it is because we are in a capitalism state, it is actually next to impossible. How would you actually tell the member of parliament to limit the amount of money on the politics? And then because the demands of the youth and the elders was too much, that's why you end up actually these members of parliament spending a lot. And then when you look at the women representatives, for them you find in a district, for them you find like a district has like 3 constituents or 2 constituents. And when you limit this member of parliament, the woman representative, because he's now spending much in all those constituents, so that's why it becomes too expensive. So in a capitalism, because it's on an individual basis, if you don't have the money, don't participate in politics. First stop. Then on the issue of agriculture, she talked about agriculture. Yes, when you look at the statistics, agriculture is actually contributing 24.5% of our Ugandan GDP. And besides that, Uganda has ratified like the Maputo Declaration of 2003, where the African countries engaged, and we actually came up with a declaration called Maputo Declaration that every nation should contribute 10% of the national GDP to agriculture and local development. And then it came as in 2014, moreover, as a reformation of the 2003. But also how much that we are actually in agriculture, but we have to also to consider the most important thing is the market. And I think this government is trying to, I remember vividly there was a discussion that why should the government of Uganda do road infrastructure in the Democratic Republic of Congo? However much we are embracing agriculture, and if you don't have the market where you can sell your products, that means you are actually doing nothing. So all of us, we have to embrace the issue of the East African community. If all these borders are up, if you are actually in agriculture and you are able to take your goods in the regional market, I think the agriculture will employ much of our youth. So let's all embrace the East African integration, and agriculture is the only way that we can actually make us survive in this economy. Because when you look at the size of the economy, the Uganda's economy, the size of the economy, we are standing at 33 billion, actually much lesser than the one over the, actually half of the Mark Zuckerberg. You can see how small we are. But if we keep on actually blaming the government all the time, we should not fight the existing, but how can we make the existing much so quite absolute? Let's all of us embrace and move forward. Thanks.
I feel like every after a comment, it triggers like 6 others. So what I'm going to do is that I am going to request that probably lunch is delayed and we have more time for conversation. I now want to first prioritize the people I had chosen, and then I'm going to come back to everyone. I think Mercy was next.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I would like to thank the panel and that each one of them looked at the question of livelihood differently. And I'm glad that we're speaking about livelihoods for young people now after we had spoken about young people in politics. What comes out alive is the fact that ultimately the context has changed. That COVID-19 has exposed so much and also, as Christopher said, opened so many opportunities for us, but also presented so many barriers for us. I would like to link the 2 issues, what Slave Farmer shared about and what was shared about by the 2 panelists. One of the key opportunities during this COVID pandemic was the growth in the, in the use of technology, simply because of the limitations of COVID-19. But when we bring it down contextually to where we're at, we cannot have this conversation when we know that there are impediments to access, the digital space. Part of it is what was shared by our first panelist about the taxation. The fact that, the government continues to impose taxes on especially the use of social media. I got to know about Slave Farmer from Twitter. And actually, when I was speaking with Yamo, I said I follow her so much. I've been following her conversations on Twitter. She makes agriculture look so cool. But I would never have known about her if she was not in the digital space. Now, how many slave farmers do we have in Uganda that cannot afford internet to, propel the conversations around youth livelihood and the benefits that youth are getting from agriculture, for example? And that is why we cannot detach ourselves from issues around fair taxation, but also freedoms around the use of that digital space. As we speak, we know that right now, we can still not access Facebook. There's so many young people that have been using that space for e-commerce. And if we must promote economic empowerment, as my brother has proposed, these are some of the avenues. And by the way, we should not think about livelihoods just at the Ugandan level. There's a lot of opportunity globally for us to, penetrate spaces and do business at that level. And the only roadmap to that space is access to information, which in our context now can only be enabled through, technology. Because whereas the world was starting to open up, there was a new variant and there were travel restrictions, this time imposed on African countries. So that means there's even limitation in terms of travel. But digitally, we can travel the entire world just through the internet. But if that space is constrained, and if we still have issues around taxation, and if the space is not being regulated properly, then those are barriers for young people to use that space for e-commerce. And so as young people, we need to strip ourselves, as I said in my opening remarks, of who we are and look at issues that commonly affect us as young people and collectively advocate, because whereas I may not be an active farmer, I must be able to advocate for the freeing up of that space for other young people that use it for livelihood and whose impact I know can be so gross on other young people in terms of empowering them or encouraging them to penetrate that space as an alternative livelihood. So I think we need to have maybe at the end a summary of advocacy issues that we will want to pursue in 2022 collectively as young people. And I think agribusiness, issues around e-commerce and digital rights is at the core of those issues that we can carry forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I will go to Andrew at the end. Ivan, if you could take the microphone at the extra end. Andrew, if you could signal.
Thank you. The
banking sector in Uganda has 26 banks right now, and the vast majority of them are foreign owned. This means that they owe their allegiance to other economies and interests. We've had a spate of the Bank of Uganda closing up to 7 indigenous banks, Ugandan-owned banks. The challenge from the discussions shared by Sandra Nabasire partly includes the question of access to affordable credit. These banks are not here to do charity. They are obviously here to make money out of our sweat. I'm posing this question to Alan Muhereza. What propositions in terms of alternative policy can we expect from institutions like yours, so far as ensuring that we have small and medium enterprises, small businesses like the one Sandra owns and others here, from a banking and financial sector that is saturated by foreign interests, foreign banks, and that lend at outrageous interest rates? I think it is criminal, fellow citizens, I think it is criminal that we have something called Youth Venture Capital Fund, which is created out of taxpayers' money. This money does not fall from the sky. Passed through banks. We should investigate who owns UDP to begin with. I don't think it's entirely owned. I'm very serious about this. I don't think it's entirely owned by the government of Uganda. It would be interesting to find out who the shareholders are, which means those shareholders expect to make money. At what interest rate are they lending me my taxes? Do you get the question I'm posing? Why should I give you money from Ugandans and then you lend it back to me at outrageous rates? How will we grow the economy when we are lending at such outrageous rates with a foreign-dominated banking sector? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Ivan, if you could bring the microphone where I'm standing.
Sebastian, thank you, panelists. My question goes, my name is Lindsay Briggs, volunteer. My question goes to Mr. Okidi. Is that good? So you talked about outmoding the UIC and other youth platforms. So my question is, do you believe that that ideology is passing in the current precedents of what you call the youth chapters, the youth sides of the political parties? Do you think it will solve the generational leadership and collaboration question? And if so, how?
Thank you so much. I'll come to you then to Mr. Jacob Eyeru.
Thank you very much. My name is Simon Peter Tusuvira. I am a youth leader from Jinja. I will pose a question to the slave farmer. First of all, I want to thank you for being a slave farmer. You are addressing challenges faced by the youth in a youthful manner. It is the same way Chairman Eyeru has been addressing those issues. The way we put on should be in a youthful manner. The way we speak, wagwan, if we are trying to address them. And that is the same way you've been speaking, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I liked it. It would really touch the hearts of the youth. Now, my question, now that you have tested the waters, at least for you, you've been in farming, I want you to suggest those things that can lure youth into farming. You've been talking about government is telling youth to go into farming and what and what. Mr. Okidi also suggested that right now, as we are from the pandemic, it is farming, agriculture that should bring up the economy of Uganda. Now, according to you who has tested the waters, what are those particular things that you think should be the things that government should use to entice youth into joining the farming sector?
Thank you so much. Okay. In the interest of vectors, we'll take the lady here, and then Dr. Jimmy, and then Maxwell, then I'll move to that side.
Thank you so much. Paul Vicky Namgove, I'm a youth leader representing the youth of Sironko, the National Youth Council as the Secretary of Female Affairs. I just wanted to air out two things. Probably there will be submissions or questions. A certain group of youth who were urban livers in the city of Kampala, they were students, they were going through the education system, but due to the lockdown, they had to migrate and go back home to Sironko, others to Bulambuli. So when they reached there, they organized themselves into a grouping of different youth as farmers, went and registered themselves and started agriculture, basically dealing in rice production. And rice, as we know, grows in swampy areas. So they go and encroach on a swamp, whereby the local authorities give them the rights to do so. They start planning and planting, and there comes climate activists who tell them that they're encroaching on the land, they have invested in their soil, and all their efforts, they are chased out, and they have no remedies, and they don't know where to start from. They are innovative youth who are moving into the dynamicity of what we are advocating for, but now they are frustrated. Now, to the slave queen, what would the slave farmer, sorry, what would be the solution to that? Because these are youth who are trying to occupy spaces, and now they are facing challenges. That is number one. Number two, they are having a young, small enterprise, let's call it. Now, some of them managed to succeed and pass the laws and harvested their rice, and now their rice is ready on the market. Then there is a government deal. They're supposed to supply somewhere, and then, unfortunately, to pass the public procurement something, they are limited because of that. They tell them you're a young enterprise, you do not want, and they have always given the deals back to the people who are major enterprises. So I would love to know, I think this will go to Mr. Yes. I think on issues on what policies is the government doing and putting in place to be able to protect these small enterprises that are coming up, because this is where it's a determinant on whether the youth are going to be productive or innovative, or the youth are going to engage in agriculture or not. And this is a post-COVID era. And this is the only source of livelihood they are looking at right now. We are embracing the parish development model, it's coming, and yet some of these commodities are not even listed in the 18 commodities that have been stipulated. What is the way forward for this youth? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please give the submission a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I want to submit on a point which may not be very popular to our views. I have come to realize that a lot of time we have a lot of demand on the government, which is rightly so, but then we take little time to ask ourselves what is the responsibility of us as citizens and us as youth to the government. And because as we have also realized that all these funds that have been watered down to aid the youth are actually from the tax that the population pay. And this is going to Alan. How are you coming up with the ways of encouraging the young people that paying tax is actually not a punishment? It is something that we need to embrace if we are going to have the infrastructures that are going to help us to reach the markets that we want to take our products in, that we are going to have this internet subsidized so that we can be able to actually access the internet. I remember Jacob one time wrote an article on this same topic, how to encourage the young people to pay tax and to participate in the tax paying, but not as a punishment or as something that pulls us down, but as something that is patriotic and aids development in our country and also aids our own development as individuals and as enterprises. I believe that if we are paying these taxes in a more willing manner, then we shall not see it as a restraint to our enterprises, but will encourage us to work even harder so that when we pay tax, even our enterprises can still grow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Max, next. And then we shall take 2 more questions and 3 more.
Thank you so much. Thank you, the panelists. My name is Maxon Muhwezi. I am interested in what my friend Okiri was saying about paddocking. And in this case, what I got was that some of these youth constructions, particularly in the realm of leadership, are supposed to be swept off so that we confront a common cause. I understand society is constructed around 4 stones: administration, politics, the social aspect, and maybe economics. In this particular case, all young people honestly cannot belong to one dimension of society. That if you remove, for example, if you talk of overhauling USA or NYC, all these other youth platforms, particularly in the leadership, then you're dragging the rest, I mean almost everyone, to the political, to the economic realm, and maybe to the social aspect. Now, I would like Mr. Kill to tell us how really the policy of overhauling the entire system, the paddocking, the so-called paddocking, how it is going to make the young people ready. All of us cannot be politicians, all of us cannot be agriculturists, all of us cannot be slave farmers, all of us cannot be lawyers, all of us cannot be engineers. So if you stop the paddocking, how are you going to cater for the other remaining construction of young people in those particular dimensions? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Maxwell. I will take the question here. Okay, people who have reactions, let me first see your hands. Okay, that corner, and then him.
Thank you very much. My name is Victor, the Chair Youth Leadership District. And my points are 2, especially on government. I don't know who is representing the government here. I don't know. Oh boy. I assure you, believe you me, youth have positive attitude towards agriculture. But the underfunding of programs that we are praising here, what is the money? How much are given to youth? I have had a chance to stay in urban area, and I also had a chance to stay in rural area, especially 2021. And I've seen these challenges, especially in our villages. People are willing to get the money, but how much? We get on table, 30 million for the 4 groups. How would we divide? I was saying last time, I was joking in my district that maybe we should buy this money from here. Because 30 million, we have 44 groups to access that money. So I blame the government somewhere. Then also, yes, let's say we have joined and the government is not funding and we are putting in our own money. The stability of prices for our products, it's also a big factor that we should, that the government should look into. Maybe you can take the message. Then availability of credit. Let's say the programs people are not accessed, but can there be subsidized money, subsidized access to resources in banks? For example, there was this capital venture fund in banks, especially the Centenary. And when I went there to access money, they said that they stopped it because I think there was no collaboration between the government and the banks. So really, you can see we have attitude. I was home permanent, but now I'm back to because the conditions were not good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And while we conclude the reactions we are taking,
Thank you very much. My name is Oboya Michael. I actually want to react on the previous, our previous discussion before this one. And we talked about how the 30% of the youth participation in the politics can be multiplied. As youth, our influence in politics hasn't been felt because of maybe we've lacked principles. What am I talking about here? The youth leadership, and actually the youth at maybe not, and actually the youth not in leadership have failed to set agendas, an agenda on which the youth must rely on which the youth must base on which connects the youth onto a particular cause or goal. And you know, when you're talking about politics, you need to have it in mind that, yes, you may be at the forefront of it, but then there is a possibility maybe where you could perish. For example, you could get bedridden, maybe you could get arrested. But when there is an agenda that you stand for, an agenda you are sharing on to those that are following you, then indeed it will keep sprouting up. So I call upon the youth leadership and every youth, wherever they are, before they front in their political intentions, they need to formulate an agenda that stands out, an agenda that is sellable to generations beyond themselves. Maybe talking about the political parties as well. We've seen representatives of political parties seated just at the front. And my biggest question is, what are the principles these political parties talk about? We've seen the NRM stands whenever they go. They talk about Pan-Africanism. We've heard them talk about democracy, socio-economic transformation, and prosperity. But what does NUP, for example, NUP, what does NUP, what are the principles of NUP? What are the principles of NUP? What are the principles of the Democratic Party? They only tell us that they've been here for 60 years and more. What are the principles? So these are the questions. And if we don't answer these questions, for us as the youth, we are going to fall in these traps. And we shall lose our lives, we shall get bedridden, and of course some of our families shall suffer. Because some of them are dependent on us. So I want to call upon the youth to ask themselves very, very those serious questions, because without that, we are not moving any forward. Lastly, in 1 minute, please. I want to thank, on this topic now, I want to thank UNAID, ActionAid, and National Youth Council. First of all, for bringing these panelists to discuss these topics. Then I also want to thank Nava Syria in person. Because when we're talking agriculture, we've talked about agriculture as the backbone of our country. But let's just stop talking about it. Nava Syria she is a slave farmer. But yes, you know, in agriculture there's no slaying in the garden. But she's trying to sell the narrative to the youth, because the youth have got the concept. They have interest in slaying. And the slay is just a tool to sell agriculture. She's trying to sell agriculture. She's poking an eye to that person who has a bias on farming. She's telling them that, my friend, you can leave the garden and sit on a panel like this. This is what the people are not, this is what the youth are not saying. So there is a transformative agenda she's pushing, and I'm very thankful. If you could keep it up, the youth shall get into agriculture. I will end by saying, maybe those who came here to represent the NRM government, tell them, take the message that the youth are actually appreciating the conditions set and the culture is being taken on. Thank you very much. I'm grateful to the National Youth Council and you for such an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to say this the last time. We are taking 4 more. After the 4 reactions, I'll go to the panel.
Thank you very much. My concern is one, that we have been discussing most beautiful ideas, but forgetting to speak the truth. This generation does not want to speak the truth. The problem is one, that we need to agree whether you support a team of government or you support opposition, that the political arena is a rotten one. Whether you are in a position, whether you are in an area. What do we need to do? We are all concerned as Ugandans. Paving a way forward, we need to remind those in the management of the state that please look here. There is something going wrong here. We are Ugandans who are not going to live here. When we discuss about issues to do with the Youth Livelihood Fund, Youth Capital Venture Fund, before we create another one of the partnership model, we need to audit. We need to audit the system. Where did the Youth Livelihood money go? Where did the capital venture capital end? Ugandans and the youth of these days, whenever you get something to chew, then that is the end of it all. We do believe that as Ugandans who love Ugandans at the heart, we must remind the elders that yes, be concerned of your politics, but you need to prepare a country where your grandsons and daughters will live in a happy way with all others. I come from Nakaseke. A painful story is that we are next to Namungekera farm. And I, with the experience I carry with me, I confronted General Sala and asked him, yes, we have been having Namungekera farms here. How many people from Nakaseke have you deployed? Tell us that from a family of so and so you have deployed this. We talk about this, that there is job creation, but in actual sense, there is no job creation. There is unemployment being created by the very system. And those few that are given money to shy away from there, they would scare away the others that please don't speak. Don't do what? And this is what is making our country to go the other side. You people in the civil society organization, it's a pity, to be honest. You heard the government is now waging a war on you. When you begin economic empowerment for these people, government thinks that you are going to empower them, then they run against them. So what is the solution? The solution, we must speak the truth and remind them that time has come that we think about Uganda, not about politics. We have no political party here in Uganda. These are formations belonging to certain groups of people. Mr. Okoya, don't talk about NRM, that social economic transformation. These have been here for long. But how many people have you transformed for the last decades? I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now we shall have Mr. Ayer.
Thank you so much. You know, it's very hard to make a contribution when every speaker adds on to what you should speak. But I want to speak to something that came earlier, which was about politics and money. And I think 2 people are committed that if you don't have money, don't be involved in politics. Or don't run, something like that. Now, here is what I want to say about that. First of all, the country is poor. Not just the person. The country as a whole is poor. When you see a few cars in Kampala, you might think there are very many rich people in Uganda. But we have very many poor people in Uganda. If politics is going to determine how they think, how they benefit, how they develop, then they must be a part of politics at an equal level. They do not feel that the politics is not for them to participate. I want to just use my own experience. In the elections of the National Youth Council, there are people who moved around the entire country The only way they could do that is because they could afford it. There are people who moved nowhere away from their district. On the time of electing, there is someone who won an election, the gentleman from West Nile, from Adjumani. He did not even have a poster, but he won the election. How he won the election was not by his own effort, but by the collective effort of many people who agreed that we don't have the advantage of money, but this politics is about counting how many votes you have, which are people. So whether they are rich or poor, they constitute one vote. In fact, we had a joke about people who would get annoyed when you don't meet them. We say, by the way, you may think you're more than one vote. You are one vote. So let's meet the 10 and we'll come to your one. The point I am making is political participation is not a question of economic capacity only. It is also a question of strategy, a question of timing, but most importantly, a question of sheer will. The people who have changed political narratives in history, it is very rare to find one who has used money. And all the political theories we depend on and who we call out for political success, whether it is in the revolution of where, it has rarely been about how much they could afford, much more than what they thought about, envisioned, and pursued. So as I close this, for me, I want to say, if someone wants to be a political leader in Uganda, my brother Okidi here ran for Agago, Member of Parliament in 2016. The Okidi that I knew I did not know he was running. But the Okidi that I knew in 2016, I don't know where he would get nomination fees of 2 million, but he ran. Okidi ran again in 2021 in Gulu. The politics of 2021, campaigning on radios and so on, I was very sure Okidi would not match the economic needs, but he ran. The next time Okidi comes to run, he will not have the same number of supporters he had in the last two. Because now his message has spread out. What he may not make for in economic capacity, he will make for in consistency, he will make for in improving his track record, but most importantly, he will make for young people to believe that they can run regardless of their capacity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chairman Eru. And with just 1 minute for him, exactly 1 minute, will.
Once again, my name is Augustine Sassan, born of the Antone district, Kabaraka Shagam. I have a small statement I will start with. I think I've been here sitting, listening to whatever we have said. It was, you can never change things by fighting the existing reality. In Uganda today, anyway, I represent Uganda Youth Impact Uganda, and I majorly speak about teenage pregnancy, forced marriages, and GBV. In Uganda today, we have 4,000 babies that are going to be born today. Every day we have 4,000 young babies that are born. My brother spoke about the livelihoods that are on the district. I heard him speak about the 15%, sorry, the 25% of young people who are from 15. COVID has brought it that we have 25% of the young people producing. We are all youthful here, I would say. But there is this other young girl who is down, who does not know what is happening here. It's good that I see the ED of Action 8 here, and Jacob anyway, and Burbuto. What are you thinking about these other people down? Someone who is producing. I once met Alan, and he was speaking about tax. Do you think our Uganda is ready for all that you're discussing here? Young girls producing day and night. It's good, we have seen the policies come. Do you think you are right? We are reaching the right person. I was in Karangara, I met people in Karangara. They do not know about the bank. Stand Big Bank has just been there. I met people with HIV and I said, no, we can team up. And you know what? We start bringing some little money, 1,000 in a month. Today they have their own hall. But do you think our Uganda is going to be the Uganda we need? We are speaking about unemployment, yet 4,000 babies are going to be born today. Of the 4,000 babies that are born, we only have 3,000 from poor families. Why we going if we think we are discussing? But yeah, it's good we are. But my question, I see it's the young leaders dialogue. Do you think we are dialoguing very well that the young people who are down, who are facing all this brush, will ever get here? If we really want to see the Sere farm again here, do you think we shall have someone from Sorong who has just produced come here like that, minus having these things in video? It's my question to the three people here. Thank you very much. Not the other side, to the three people here.
Thank you so much. And to that effect, I will direct that you have a dialogue with them after here. Okay, as we come to the end of this panel, that has been illustrated by your very, very useful engagement. I want to thank for that. I have to invite our panelists and to give reactions to the questions that have been directed to each of you. And while you are at it, you also give closing remarks. I will appreciate if it is all under 5 minutes for each panelist.
Thank you very much. I had two questions. One was about access to affordable credit, and if there are any policy proposals that we can have for young people to have access to affordable credit. Of course, the challenge with this, Andrew, is that this is only for people that are formalized. So if we're talking about solutions that encompassing all young people, especially now that we've agreed that most of them are in informal sector, we are looking at policies that will help them remain with some more disposable income to be able to invest other than to want to have to borrow. Because if we are to look at access to credit, we at that point we're only looking at a few people. And for us, the way we've been doing this is to say that let us have a reduction on reliance on indirect taxes that take away a lot of money from people in the informal sector, but also have multinationals pay more. But to give alternatives, young people could start looking at alternative credit, for example, with Islamic banking or Islamic finance, that doesn't really look at interest per se, but looks at sharing of profits and losses. And by the fact that it is Islamic finance, it prohibits actually interest. But of course, the challenge we have is that the law in Uganda regulations have not yet been passed. The council has not yet been constituted. But that could be an alternative for young people to say, let us go out, and I think there are a few banks that can do that, and have that sort of conversation and have finance or credit whereby you don't need to do a profit. I mean, you don't need to pay interest, but you can at least share the profits with a bank after agreeing on how you share equity. So I think that is all I could say about credit, because at the beginning point of it is that only few people would benefit. Or if, again, those are the challenges we've been discussing here, how many people have been able to access it, how many people have been able to meet that standard to create it. So I think from our side, the point would be to leave more money with young people, especially when at the level of collection, but also in terms of when they go to spend it, how much do they spend paying taxes, for example, other than maybe saving and then having to invest their savings. I don't know if that answers it, but that is all I could say. The second question was about paying taxes. How do we encourage young people to pay taxes? I think the first thing is that young people actually pay taxes, indirect taxes, and I think we're trying to do some sort of analysis on how much young people spend indirectly in terms of some of these indirect taxes, to show that even though they are not paying direct income tax, there is a proportion of their income that they are paying. So that's the first premise, that young people actually pay taxes. So maybe the question then would be, how do we get other people within the tax bracket so that we have more revenue? But of course, it would be unfair to talk about revenue mobilization without talking about accountability for revenue raised. That is the biggest, by the way, factor that is hindering compliance. For the little that we have, what have we been able to do with it? If we can have that answered, then some of these issues then become easier to deal with. But also for us, issue of taxation is not even just about revenue. You know, for example, that when we talk about inequality, when we talk about young people how do you distribute income? For example, in a country whereby and people usually joke that you're just one medical bill away from poverty, complete poverty. So for a young person, the interest would be that you actually have a working healthcare system. For a young person that cannot have access to internet or access to a gadget, your interest would be that you have working or up-to-date education sector and so on and all that. So the redistributive function of taxation also comes into play. So as young people, it's not even just about paying tax or stopping at accountability processes. It's about how then do we get services from the people that actually have the multinational, the high income, net worth income individuals, to see to it that an average African or an average Ugandan gets the services they need. Also the issue of representation. We've been talking about politics here the entire morning, but the biggest power you can have as a young person is if you're a taxpayer. And like I said, we've already said that we are taxpayers, because it is the only, that's why some people complain that someone can call the president on speed dial, because they know if they said we are not going to pay anything in taxes, the state crumbles. The demands that you make, you don't make them because you're Ugandan, no. You make them because you're taxpayer. You have a social contract with your government, you give them some bit of revenue, and they give you services. And it even plays in other ways governments raise revenue. I know we didn't get time to talk about debt, for example. But if, for example, young people are not having conversations around fair taxation, we are going to have a big problem where governments cannot raise revenue, then borrow. Now, it's also a different discussion. We talk about ODS debt, whether what we're borrowing, we are using the money for, but it's the same coin. You cannot talk about taxation in just revenue lenses. It has a very wide. So for me, for young people, yes, they pay. Maybe for young people in terms of tax justice, and I think it's Jacob that said this is an accountability issue. And if we can get that to say, for that has been paid, for example, what have we got in return? Or, for example, if URA comes and says there are only 1.2 million active taxpayers, for example. That is including, by the way, individuals and companies active. So the question then would be for a young person, why is everyone else not paying? Yet we've been told that for over 10 years, the economy has been growing. The jobless economy someone talked about. So if the economy is growing, if production is increasing, if we would be able to see more revenue, we would be able to see some of these challenges we have. So I think for me, that would be the take that for young people, taxation or tax justice is a matter of accountability. It's an accountability issue. Because, like I said, we're already paying tax. And then maybe lastly, I had a lot about young people doing agriculture. I am happy that they are telling young people to do agriculture, but we should also be cognizant of the structural challenges that young people face, especially when we talk about issues of access to land. How many people here, if you really wanted to go and dig tomorrow, you have a small piece of land where you can dig without encumbrances and all that? So, and I think we'll be working with Jacob and the team to see that for some of these issues, we can actually have solutions, but they may not be as easy as they seem. And like I think it was Zado that said, everyone here is privileged. So we should not start conversations at that point. We should start conversations at a point where the majority of young people are, and the majority are not in this room. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am going to make an adjustment to my initial communication in the interest of time, because we are having an issue with a hotel. I'm going to request that the two last panelists just give closing remarks in 1 minute. However, for those that asked your questions, I am personally going to follow up with them to ensure that your responses are put out on social media. Again, the hashtag is IUD2021. I will ensure that all your responses to the two panelists are shared. So under just 1 minute, closing remarks, and I gravely apologize. 1 minute.
1 minute, okay.
And you're a teacher, it should come easy.
Surely, I'd already done this scheme of work, so anyway. Thank you, moderator, once again. They told me 1 minute. Anyway, agriculture is not, okay, someone said I tried to make agriculture cool on social media. Well, it's actual work. For those of you who maybe see the work there and then you want to join, it's actual work. I treat it as a business. The problem with most young people, when they see us putting on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram, they say, I want to do what Sandra is doing. I want to also grow tomatoes. I have my money, my 5M. They call Sandra. When should we start? I have my 5M. Man, you'll be frustrated. It's actual work. It's a business. Yeah, like it's a business. That's how some of us may be able to get money out of it. So in case you want to engage in agriculture, you should treat it as a business, yes. Then maybe another thing, some lady, let me just respond to that. She talked about the challenges they are facing. They grew rice, they don't have market. Agriculture should be market driven. Don't forget that. Don't grow your produce, or let's say tomatoes, and you say, I'll look for the market when my produce is ready. It should be market driven. That's what I'm doing. Before I plant my seeds, I need to know where am I going to sell. I don't assume that there is market out there. There is market in Nakasero, or we know Kalere. You should know where you're going to sell your produce. That at least you minimize on the stress and also the frustrations. Banangi, let me just stop. Maybe next time.
Thank you so much. And it is a good thing that you have set precedence for Comrade Okidi.
I'll try in 1 minute or less. Recently, I came across a new definition of politics. And that definition of politics is that politics is that process of determining who gets what and when. That is the definition of politics I came across. And I think, to me, that is the most realistic. Because even economics, that actually means that economic strategies, especially for young people, should also have some fusion with political strategies. Because we are talking about an economy where people who, by the way, people who control Uganda's economy are people who are 60 years and above, and are only 3% of the entire population of the country. But they control everything. Count them, Sudi, speak apartments everywhere, and then just mention them, Salim Saleh. Their age, that is their age group. And that is actually why the politics of Uganda, the fault lines are now generational, young and old. And that is the reason why I made the statement, which also was the subject of my question, outmoding this paddocking of youth energies. The economic pressure on young people is too much, and you can no longer tell them to be in Youth League of the Democratic Party, in NYC, or what. All they now want is to be in Entebbe State House. And that is why the NUP, they actually find that they need their own political vehicle. And the NUP provides that vehicle for them, because these paddocks seem to limit them and limit their energies. So whatever you'll talk about NUP, their values, what. Of course, I also have a personal views, because I always look at NUP as the political organization of the family. When the family crew said we are not going to be part of anywhere, let us buy a part. And they bought it from China. And they are doing good work.
Clearly, the recommendation would be probably a speaker space some night, and we will hear more from these great panelists.
Thank you so much, Sebastian Ivan Segawa.
For those of you that do not know, Sekawa is also the East African Youth Ambassador for Uganda. Xavier always says that he doesn't. If whatever you are doing and where you're doing it from in Uganda does not involve young people in one way or another, it doesn't care who you are, it is going to fail. So that is. This platform, that we are attempting, is not for people to come and support their political organizations. It is for people from different organizations, political, social, but young and leading, to sit down and speak as Ugandans. That you as a person want a better country as a whole, not just for your political organization, but for the whole country. I being from the National Resistance Movement Party, someone else being my brother Kennedy from Kennedy, which you know, Kennedy is a very good friend. Kennedy's party, Uganda Federal Alliance at the time, the head of the party wanted to NRM. So I called Kennedy and asked him, what is going to happen to the party? But I'm glad that Kennedy is here with us. So we have had country director, people from all parts of Uganda. There are people here from Karamoja. When you talk about all parts, I'm going to say only two, Karamoja only. And just two people from Karamoja. There is Priska here. Priska is a Karamojong. I don't think she traveled all the way from Karamoja. And then I've heard that there is a chairperson of Nabila Tuk. Yes, please just wave to the people so that they take photos with you. You are now a celebrity. Many people here, some of them don't know that district and its location. We have Prudence here from Acholi, and we have many people from other parts. Jimmy there is from Apache. Shah here is a resident doctor in Kampala, but he's from Acholi. So I want to take this opportunity to invite the country director to close with the words they will find best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Xavier Joy. I work with ActionAid. I'm pleased to be here. First, I want to say I'm excited to be here. I want to thank the National Youth Council and Uganda Youth Network for starting to rejuvenate discussions or providing platforms for young people to have those discussions. These platforms are important regardless of what political and economic shades that you come from. The destiny of this nation is in your hands. It is in your hands and it's yours to reclaim. I also thank I came in late. I apologize because I had a commitment that came in at the last moment. I should have been here in the morning, but nonetheless, I'm here. Thirdly, I'm not going to take long. I don't want to stand between you and lunch. It's a very dangerous thing to do. I just want to share 3 things quickly, and then I can sit down. 1, platforms such as this provide an opportunity for young people to re-envision or imagine their place in the leadership of this country, in all aspects of that word, leadership. And I'm glad today you are talking about politics and you're talking about livelihoods. As young people, you don't owe anyone an apology for participating and leading in any spheres of life, especially political leadership. There is no apology that you should make anyone. No one should demand an apology from you for positioning yourself politically. Because guess what? This nation is a nation of young people. It is said the median Ugandan is a 15-year-old. And many of you here, in fact all of us here, are above the age of 15. Okay? So you are at your prime. So an opportunity like this for dialogue, for young leaders, all of you are leaders, to reflect on your participation in politics is an opportunity really to see how far you've come. But it's also an opportunity to see how far you can go. I like the fact that there are people in this room who have been elected into the position that their victories have been postponed. You run for a position, you have not yet achieved what you wanted to achieve through that. Please do not park your vehicle and start grumbling until the next election is approaching, a year to that, and then you say, I want to run again. There's an opportunity for you to engage in even voluntary discussions, such as in this platform, such as in your community. Do something and prepare yourself for the next race. Some people think about the money and say, if I could only get 30 million in 2025, in 2026, I would be a candidate on the ballot and I would make it. But where is your budget? What goes into your budget? Where is the money for posters? Some of the money that you have right now that may not be available, maybe could be used for posters. Maybe if you shared your budget earlier with your family and friends, maybe some of the costs could be settled earlier. But just how prepared are you even mentally for running for that race? And you will have to use less money than if you woke up in August 2025 and you want to run for a position in January 2026. So I think that young people, it's important, even as you reflect on these things, you encourage yourself, you position yourself, and you are strategic. Please do not lose your vision for leadership. I am looking forward to young people below 30 leading political parties, secretary generals, even picking nominations for presidency or chairperson of the party. I know certain parties are allergic to competition, but that is okay. It should not be your problem. So determination is important as you think about the political landscape. I think that re-envisioning how far you can go as a young person is important. How far can you go with economic opportunities? I like the idea of slave farming, which is very good. I look forward to seeing young people transform the economic landscape of this nation. I was shocked when KFC, some of you like KFC, don't their chicken taste nice? Eh? Maybe you've not tasted it. I have at least. It tastes so nice. But when KFC was opening shop in Kampala, they did the research and they wanted to know how can they get the quality and the quantity of chicken that can sustain their business over a long period of time. And I was shocked when I learned that they went to Yuga Chick. Yuga Chick says that the air base in Entebbe, the UN air base, by the way, it supplies food for the whole of African peacekeeping missions. Ugachik says they could not even supply that air base. They would not produce enough chicken. They tried around and they couldn't find any. You know what they did? KFC started importing frozen chicken from South Africa. Frozen chicken to come and fry for us to eat in Kampala. As I speak now, they're importing chicken from Kenya. So I think that it's important for young people to see opportunities where they are around them and grab them. But it's also important for young people to ask whether those opportunities are accessible. It's a good debate to have for you, and you give me the feedback. Are you having the opportunities? Are you able to access on an equal basis the opportunities? If not, then use a political platform to challenge a system that does not make opportunities available to everyone, especially to young people. Again, you do not owe anyone apologies to do that. I know, for example, under the African Growth and Opportunity Act, those of you who have phones, you can go and Google it. Uganda, like other African countries, have been allowed to export up to 2,600 products into the US market. Some of the products are laughable, like boiled maize, tilapia, local chicken, those kind of things. They are there. 1,200 are listed on the website. Does anyone know where the coordination office of AGOA is? Among you here? Anyone? Yes? I can't hear you. Workers' house. Okay. So out of 50, 70 people, one person knows where the AGOA coordination office is. And I think the coordinator is actually presidential advisor or something like that. So information, free, duty-free exports to the American market. Kenyans are young people and old are exporting handcraft, boiled maize, eggs, chicken, whatever it is there. But an opportunity that is open, supposed to be open for every Ugandan that young people can hinge on to. Where is the coordination office? How accessible is information to young people? So if things are not working, have an opportunity and the courage to engage and to demand that these opportunities are made accessible to you so that you benefit from them. And so discussions such as this, I am glad the Uganda Youth Network and the National Youth Council are providing leadership. As Action Aid, we think that the destiny of this nation is clearly in the hands of young people. It's not the future, it is now. It's not the children. Somebody asked about 4,000 children born in a day. It's not those ones. It starts with you. You now have the responsibility to take on leadership and transform this nation. And it starts with each decision that you make. Please, it's not going to be handed to you on silver platter, unfortunately. But it is important for you to come together and know what your role is and how you can change where the opportunities are being stifled. I think for us as Action Aid, we are happy to provide that platform for you to engage in and partner with the National Youth Council and Uganda Youth Network to have these discussions. The important thing is that, as I said, you come from different shades of political life. From the ruling party, from opposition, others don't have political parties. So when you're having these discussions, please try to sober up and reflect on the substance and do not take on the positions that you hold with religious zeal so as to lose the substance of the conversation. I want to thank you.
Another round of applause. Thank you very much, Country Director. When you hear Jacob call him Zavi, it's not because he's disrespectful, but it's because Mr. Zavi has made it easy for us to engage him and has allowed us to casually address him like that, but by no means he's not casual. So Zavi, thank you very much once again. I'm sure the football fans will not forget that name. Quick administrative announcements, but maybe before that, once again, thank you all for honoring our invite and being here. And in a special way, again, I know Jacob was annoyed when I went back, that too much praise, but thanks a lot, Jacob, for this wonderful idea, and Action Aid for ensuring that young people can have this kind of deliberation as we close the year. When I was a student leader at Makerere University as Guild Speaker, we attended a 2-week conference in Russia, and my God, that kind of conference that we attended, one of the reasons I got inspired to get into civil society is to at least have close to 20% of that kind of conference, and this is the journey to that kind of conference. Ask me again in 3-4 years. But to give you a snippet of what it was, there were like 25 halls with different themes, lectures going on day in, day out, and you could attend whichever one you wanted. There were sports activities, there was music, dance, and drama, there was a lot of things, science, robotics, and all that. And in the vision of the one young world, I am sure Mercy resonates with that terminology. It's a broader and grander vision, and I'm sure that we somehow make progress to that. The country director, perhaps I should also let you know that I am among those young people that picked nomination forms for presidency in the last election, submitted all the signatures, but was blocked by the system. Up to now, they've never given us an answer why they didn't nominate us. But nonetheless, we keep the struggle going. The panelists and the moderators and the keynote speakers, you will briefly stay behind. Andrew, again, thank you very much. And then the rest of the people, our invites, I'm sure you've received your coupons. You will be guided for lunch by some members of our team. They'll show you where you'll have lunch from. And we will be guiding you to the table from where you will receive your transport refund, small but reasonable transport refund enabled again by Action Aid. Hopefully you can save some for boiled maize. The people that were accommodated at Nopview yesterday, your accommodation is still extending till today. We apologize for some of the mishaps in the morning, but the discussions we're still having in the hotel, but those have been successfully concluded. Please ensure that utilize your space. That being said, may the good Lord bless all of us. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. We'll have group photos, and the first one will be with the country director, Action Aid. Mercy will join us, the National Youth Council Chair, the keynote speakers, the panelists, and moderators. And then we shall have one where we can all be youthful thereafter. Please, when we take that one, don't be, like in the army, be youthful like we should be. Thank you very much. please, the keynote speakers and the panelists, let's try to do that first. Marion, I still see you're still seated. Ian, Okidi. Okay. Wadada, let's do this very fast. We can all join now, stand up, stand down, kneel, whatever you want to do. Thank you very much. We shall create a WhatsApp group where we'll share the photos that we are taken today. We have shirts that we made, again with the funding that we got, and our invites, you will receive those as you receive your payments. Please don't leave your shirts behind. Thank you. Cheers, let's have some laughter in this peak, guys. It's been, even when we've not had lunch, but let's not... Okay. For those that stayed seated, there will be no more pics, but so moderators, panelists, and keynote speakers, if you've not signed, please go and sign. If you've not registered, please register.